Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 International Copyright Technology Conference. I am the MC of today's event. My name is Kwon So-ah. Nice to meet you all. Thank you very much. Today, in order to make this event even more meaningful, many people came to this event, and I would like to thank you all for your participation. This conference is being live streamed through YouTube, and I would like to thank all the online audience as well.
관광부가 주최하고
This conference is being hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and co-organized by Korea Copyright Commission and Korea Copyright Protection Agency. Under the theme of Copyright Technology and Digital Content Ecosystem in the Era of Hyperscale AI, we are proceeding with the Conference on International Copyright Technology. In the opening ceremony, we are first going to take a look at the video that celebrates the opening of this conference, and we will listen to congratulatory remarks, opening remarks, and welcoming remarks, and we will go through the 2023 Copyright Technology Award ceremony, which will be followed by keynote address and invitational address. I hope that you will have meaningful time today through the conference. Then we are going to begin the opening ceremony for the conference. Thank you very much. Then, before we begin the opening ceremony, I would first of all like to introduce our VIPs who took their precious time to make this conference more meaningful.
to introduce some of our distinguished guests who are here with us today. So when I call out their names with a warm round of applause. 네, 제가 한 분 한 분 소개해 드릴 때마다
First of all, we have Mr. Im Sung-hwan, the Director General from the Bureau of Copyright of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Choi Dae-soon, the Director from Presidential Council on International Intellectual Property. Thank you. We have Mr. Choi Byung-gu, the Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Thank you. We have Mr. Park Jong-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. Thank you.
Third Chair Tufi Saliba is here with us today. 네, IEEE 글로벌 인공지능 표준위원 네, 오늘
I wish that we were able to introduce each one of the distinguished guests, but due to time constraint, we cannot do so. I would like to ask for your understanding. Next, we prepared a video to introduce the 2023 International Copyright Technology Conference. Let's have a look at the video.
인간의 전유물로 여겨졌던 창작.
Creation was thought to be done only by human beings, but we are in the era of hyperscale AI. Still, creation belongs to human beings. Is that true? The latest copyright issues and technology aspects will be discussed through the 2023 International Copyright Technology Conference. The era of hyperscale AI has approached us. ChatGPT, Bard, Global S, and Mid-Journey, and many other generative AIs are called new revolutionary technologies that brought about big change in our life. 7 people out of 10 people in Korea among office workers said that they have ever used generative AI. However, the producer of generative AI model lost a lawsuit on the copyright, and some AI artworks acquired copyrights, however, was later deprived of the copyrights. Beyond generative AI, we will soon reach the era of hyperscale AI. We need to have in-depth discussion on the AI-related copyright issues. In this 2023 International Copyright Technology Conference, we will continue to serve as the platform for discussion on copyright technologies, this time focusing on hyperscale AI. In the era of hyperscale AI, we are going to share new and fresh insights on these issues and discuss the digital ecosystem surrounding the AI and hyperscale AI copyright issues with world-renowned experts. In preparation for the new hyperscale AI, this conference is being held, and we will now begin the conference.
네. 저작권 기술의 역할과 또 특 시대에서의
This video effectively conveys the role and significance of copyright technology. As we go into sessions of the conference, first I would appreciate a few opening remarks which will be delivered by Director General Sung-Wan Lim from the Copyright Bureau and Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. It's good to see you. I'm Sung-Wan Lim, Director General of Copyright Bureau at Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. I'd like to extend my congratulations on the International Copyright Technology Conference 2023. I'd like to thank Professor Jae-Sung Chung for his keynote speech, Professor Myung-Ju Kim, researcher Dong-Hyuk Lim, Professor Hyun-Sil An, and CEO Se-Gyu Kim for their presentations. I'd like to also thank Chairman Tupi Saliba and Professor Jin-Young Lee for traveling all the way to join us today, and Vice President Ben Schaffner, Professor Matthew Sack, Engineer Hwan In Yu, and Director Ruby Wang for presenting via video. My thanks also go to attendees for taking time out of their busy schedule to join us. As generative AI is being utilized in many areas, copyright has become a key issue related to generative AI. There is a growing interest from academia and industry as well as the general public in various issues related to copyright, such as AI learning, copyright protection, and recognition of AI creators. The Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism held the 2023 Seoul Copyright Forum on October 26 to discuss issues and domestic and international trends related to generative AI in terms of copyright laws and institutions. The ministry also introduced the draft guide for use of artificial intelligence and copyright to reduce uncertainties faced by the industry and companies. These legal and institutional mechanisms can only be meaningfully effective if they are supported by copyright technology. It's because the sustainable development of the content industry is possible only if the technology to protect and legally distribute copyright is developed and spread. At today's conference, we will discuss the convergence of AI, digital content, and copyright technology in the context of copyright ecosystem. Based on the experiences and opinions shared and suggested by various experts, the government will strive to establish policies and norms that can harmonize the protection and use of AI and copyright. I'd like to thank Byung-gu Chairman of the Korean Copyright Commission, Jong-yeol Park, President of the Korea Copyright Protection Agency, and all those involved in organizing today's event for their efforts. I'd like to also thank and extend my congratulations to the winners of the Copyright Technology Awards. And I wish all of you happiness and prosperity. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Director General Song-wan Lim, for your warm congratulatory remarks.
네, 이어서
Next, we would like to listen to the opening remarks from Mr. Choi Byung-gu, the Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Byung-gu Choi, the Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Welcome to the 2023 International Copyright Technology Conference. Thank you for being here today. First of all, I would like to thank you all for taking the time to attend this conference despite of your busy schedules. My sincere gratitude to Im Sung-hwan, Director General of Copyright Bureau, Ministries of Sports, Culture, Sports and Tourism. Choi Dae-sun, Director General of the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, and the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, Jong-yeol Park. And I would also like to express my special gratitude to Professor Jung Jae-seung of KAIST, and my special thanks go to Topi Saliba, Chairman of the IEEE AI Security International Protocols, who has come a long distance to be here with us today. I offer my heartfelt thanks to all of the domestic and foreign experts who will be present today, including Mr. Ben Schaffner, Senior Vice President of the MPA of America, who will give an invitational speech via video. We sincerely thank all the participants both on site and online, as well as officials from the relevant copyright organizations and associations for their invaluable support in organizing this conference. The International Copyright Technology Conference is celebrating its 13th anniversary this year. Through the ICOTEC, we have been able to share the latest trend and the current state of copyright technology and provide a conference for the experts from various fields to come together to discuss the future and the direction of development of the copyright technology industry. The release of ChatGPT by OpenAI in November 2022 has attracted both interest from the market and the enthusiastic response from the public, reflecting the fact that AI has entered the creative realm, which was once thought to be unique to humans. AI-generated creative works are becoming increasingly sophisticated and capable of producing human-quality works. This trend has ushered in the era of hyperscale AI, which is enabled by the accumulation of a massive amount of data. Furthermore, the rapid evolution of AI has raised a number of issues that require thoughtful discussion, such as AI ethics, data biases, and copyright legal issues, and the issue of providing fair compensation to data creators. These trends are calling for international cooperation and the response measures, such as AI-related policies and regulations, and the convergence of AI with new technologies. The rapid evolution of AI has raised a number of challenges, including the need to balance the value of AI technology, development, and the protection of creators' rights. The role of copyright innovation is essential to create a virtuous system that can protect creators, while promoting the development of AI technology and related industries without harming or excluding either side. In this regard, the 2023 ICOTEC is held with the theme of copyright technology and the digital content ecosystem in the era of hyperscale AI to promote the balanced growth of AI industry and copyright protection. This conference is attended by leading experts from Korea and around the world, who is sharing their insight on how copyright innovation can be used to protect creators while promoting the development of AI technology and related industries. I hope that this event will be a valuable opportunity to understand the new copyright industry paradigm in the era of AI and identify the copyright technology challenges we face and discuss the future of copyright protection in the era of hyperscale AI. Finally, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to those who will be recognized for their contributions to the big advent of copyright technology. I also wish good health and happiness to all those who have participated in this International Copyright Technology Conference today. Thank you very much.
네, 최병국
Thank you very much, Chairman, for your opening remarks. As he mentioned, this International Copyright Technology Conference marks its 13th anniversary, and he emphasized the role of the conference again. Please give him a big round of applause again.
네, 이어서 마지막으로
Last but not least, I will invite to the stage Jong-yeol Park, President of Korea Copyright Agency, for his welcome remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. I'm President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, Jong-yeol Park. Thank you so much for the warm welcome remarks before me. The International Copyright Technology Conference, ICOTEC, has reached its 13th year. I'm confident that this conference will continue to expand and advance alongside the evolution of copyright technology. ICOTEC facilitates the exchange of ideas and collaboration among copyright stakeholders, including industry, academia, and international participants, with the aim of enhancing policy development and technology competitiveness. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism and all the people involved in this event for their hard work. This year's ICOTEC will delve into the domain of copyright technology and the digital content ecosystem in the era of hyperscale AI. Towards the end of the previous year, advancements in natural language processing and generative technology brought forth artificial intelligence systems based on GPT technology. However, the utilization of these cutting-edge technologies has also given rise to numerous copyright-related issues. Addressing these challenges, including the establishment of a solid institutional foundation, is an ongoing endeavor. Our expectation is that this ICOTEC will enrich our comprehension of superscale AI. A heartfelt thank goes out to our distinguished keynote and guest speakers today, Professor Jae Seung Jung from KAIST, Tupi Saliva, Chairman of the Triple I AI Standards Board, and Ben Schaffner. And once again, thank you very much for being with us in ICOTEC. Thank you very much, President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, Jong-yeol Park. We are looking forward to the success of this conference.
축사
With this, we listen to congratulatory remarks, opening remarks, and welcoming remarks. Now, we would like to proceed with the 2023 Copyright Technology Awarding Ceremony. In this ceremony, we'd like to appreciate the contribution made by individuals and organizations to protecting copyright technologies and widely promoting the use of such technologies. First of all, First award will be granted by the Chairman of Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, Mr. Choi Dae-sun. The Director from Presidential Council on Intellectual Property will give this award to Mr. Baek Song-ha, the leader of a group in Hyundai Motors. Please give them a big round of applause. Commendation. Baek Song-ha from Hyundai Motors. We are proud to give this commendation to you for your great contribution to the development of copyright technologies through protection of copyrights and promotion of wider use of copyrighted works. Baek Man-gi, the Chairman of Presidential Council on Intellectual Property. Congratulations. We will take a commemorative photo. Please hold your commendation and flower and look at the camera. Please face the camera and we will take a photo. And let us give them a warm round of applause again. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to the awardee and the awarder. You may now go back to your seat. Next, award will be granted by the Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Mr. Im Sung-hwan, the Director General from the Bureau of Copyright of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, will grant this award to Mr. Yu Byung-han, the Chairman of Korea Software Property Right Council. Let us give them a big round of applause. Commendation. The Korea Software Property Right Council. We are proud to give this commendation to your organization for protecting copyright in the digital environment and make great contribution to the development of copyright technology. Minister of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Congratulations. We will take a commemorative photo as well. Please face the camera. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And Chairman Yu, you may go back to your seat, and Director Lim, please stay on the stage. Next award will be given by WIPO. On behalf of the Secretary General Darren Tang of WIPO, Mr. Im Sung-hwan will grant this award. And Professor Shin Yong-tae from Sungsi University will receive this award. Please give him a big round of applause. 표창장 신용태 교수님. 신용태 교수님은 세계 지식재산기구에 다음과 같은 표창장을 드리는 바입니다. 2023년 11월 1일 세계 지식재산기구 사무총장 다렌 탕.
네.
And we're going to take a photo all together. Hold your commendation and please give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
국장님과 수상자분.
Director General and Professor, you may go back to your seat. Next, we are going to present the Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission Award. The award will be presented by the Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Let me invite him to the stage. The winner is Principal Researcher Hang-Kyu Ko from LG Electronics AI Research. I'm going to invite him to the stage as well. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. To Hang-Kyu Ko from LG Electronics AI Research. You are hereby commended for your efforts in enhancing the copyright legal system and contributing to policy development through copyright technology in the digital domain. Byung-gu Che, November 1st, 2023, Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Congratulations. Now you're going to take a commemorative photo. So please pose for a photo. There is a camera in front of you. Please give them another big round of applause. Congratulations again. Chairman and the award winner, you may go back to your seat. This is the last award. An award from the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. President Chung Yeol-Park will be on stage to present the award. The winner is General Counsel Ho-Jun Lee from Kakao Entertainment. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Ho-Jun Lee from Kakao Entertainment. This person is commended for his dedication to raising awareness of copyright protection and for his active engagement in eradicating online illegal content distribution, thereby promoting the growth of the cultural industry. November 1st, 2023, Chung Yeol-Park, President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. Once again, congratulations. And now you may pose for a commemorative photo. Please give them another big round of applause. Once again, President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency and the winner, thank you so much. Could you please stay on the stage for a group photo? So I'd like to invite all the winners and presenters to the stage.
The award before, please come up on the stage. 네, 수상자하고 시상자 모두 무대 위로 올라와 주시겠습니다. Please come up onto the stage for the commemorative photo. 네, 그리고 제가 말씀드리는 거를 깜빡했네요. 네, 상장을 꼭 갖고 와주시길 바라겠습니다. 네. 네, 상장 펼쳐서 잘 보이도록 서주시.
Please make sure you bring your commendation paper and please hold it for a photo. So face the front. I'm going to count 3. 1, 2, 3.
네, 그리고 한 번 더 찍겠습니다. 이번에
We are going to take one more photo. Please give us a bigger smile.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. I'd like to thank all the presenters and winners.
And next, I would like to invite our next presenter, who is Chair Tufi Saliba of IEEE AI Standard. And the presentation is titled, "The AI Equivalent of Copyright is Necessary." So let's welcome him onto the stage with a big round of applause. 네, 인공지능 표준위원회 투비 살리바님의 발표 듣도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. My name is Tufi Saliba, and I'm honored to be here. First, I'd like to start by saying thank you for inviting me. I'm a huge fan of a lot of the work that has been done in Korea, and in fact, those that they know me for the last 7 years, I've been advocating for a lot of the progress and how you guys, I've been focusing a lot of the positive stuff about Korea and trying to get the world to follow. And with that, given that my background in AI led me to do a lot of things in Korea, which I would like to talk to you guys about, but here precisely, maybe we should start by asking a question. And it sounds like as if it's a ridiculous question, like, are we discriminating against AI? Because we might think that like AI doesn't have feelings. That's how we know AI today. But perhaps as we move forward into the future, AI might become the best thing that we procreate as a humanity, as a species. For the last 5 billion years, as far as we know, on this planet Earth, there is not a single species that created another species. It's been always like biological evolution. We have the chance to build something that can outlive us. Imagine you realize that each and every one of you, one of the purposes that you have on this, in this life and on this world, is to help procreate to something that can outlive us. To put things in perspective, humanity, we've been here for about, or maybe like Homo sapien, 200,000 years, all humanity combined with the Neanderthal, probably 400,000 years. Earth is 5 billion years old. If anyone thinks that humanity is going to live forever, chances are that person would be delusional. We know it is inevitable that humanity will come to an end in our own biological being. But maybe we can transcend. Maybe AI can be our baby. Maybe we're making a baby, all of us together. So that this brings a new view for the world to not see AI as an evil or whatnot. If folks know some of my work, I've talked about AI decentralized since 2013. A lot of the threat that AI can pose on our civilization can actually exterminate our civilization by 2030. Those talks, they should have been done back in 2013. Many people, they're talking about them today. In the news today, every single day, all you hear about, oh, how AI is going to be against us and how can we keep the governance in the hands of the people. We should not allow the machine to make decisions that can impact people. You hear that in the news every day. Well, humans been, historically speaking, and it's been proven, humans been the biggest enemy to other humans. So imagine you actually have a machine that is more powerful than all humanity combined, which is through the evolution of AI, but it's controlled by a single group. That group, what they agree to themselves what's ethical, may not necessarily agree to what's ethical to you or to your children or whatnot. There are over 99 scenarios that we've listed over the years of how this can exterminate the entire planet by 2030. But the talk is over. Right now, I think we're doing a lot of things. There are a lot of things. That kind of talk can scare a lot of people. There's no point to scaring people when the threat is real. If the threat is not real and you want to scare everyone on the planet and talk about it, of course. But if the threat is real, and you do tell everyone that this entire world could end by 2030, you're just going to have panic. What are they going to do about it? Instead, we selected to tell few. And with ACM initially, the Association for Computer Machinery, I did some of that and promoted AI Decentralized, which is a group of 100,000 scientists. And then I moved on May 2019 is when I finished my term with the ACM. And the president of IEEE called me and he said he wants me to do the same for IEEE, but instead I said, no, enough talking. June 1st, 2019, decided to do something that is actionable, which is the International Protocols for AI Security. Now, this can be extremely important for everyone here in the room, especially everyone here in the room, and especially everyone in Korea, because I also elected that Korea would host the headquarters for the entire world for the International Protocols for AI Security. Just to put things in perspective, how big this thing can be. ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, is in Geneva. It's been there for over 100 years. We needed International Telecommunication Union as civilization, and we created one, and it's based in Geneva. We needed the United Nations, and we created it, and of course, New York and Geneva and whatnot. But right now, I argued that if we were to have an international protocols for AI security, one branch of that is the copyright. But it's got many branches. Do you want every single government to have their own things? Or maybe there's an international protocols for AI security, headquartered in South Korea, and it can be spread out across the globe, because AI is global. AI does not have boundaries. AI doesn't have borders. The world needs something global. So IEEE is very well suited for that. IEEE is the #1 in the world for that. And when I elected that IEEE take on that, I had to pitch it inside IEEE to a lot of folks, and I've got unanimous votes across the table. AI can be the best thing to humanity by humanity, and that is the message that we're trying to tell the world. There is no reason to tell the world and scare them about AI. AI is a baby we are making together. If they can do something about it, then yes, you want to scare them. But if they cannot, there's no reason to scare them. So when we look at, for example, like some of the copyright laws today, would you agree to that statement? The copyright laws are written by folks who barely know what AI was capable of yesterday. They barely know. They don't know everything what AI is capable of yesterday. Now, of course, some may claim that they know current AI. Okay, let's say that that's possible. But do they know like anything about the future of AI? And the answer is no. When people they're writing copyright laws, or when they're writing any kind of laws, they're not writing it for the present, they're writing it for the future. So perhaps international thing that can work a lot more diligently and have much more contribution, not from only people, from machines as well, to actually create certain laws. Perhaps one day people will agree that there should be laws for the machine and there should be laws for people. They're not the same. We don't necessarily have to have, if you're a machine, you're not allowed in our world. We don't need to discriminate against the machine. We have laws for the people, and maybe we have laws for the machines. And one of the things that I've noticed in the professor earlier, who had Chae-Seong, had a very good argument when he said that, you know, if it's done by AI or if it's done by an animal, should we grant them a copyright? Okay, so that question's been pondering in people's heads for a long time. But the opportunity here, that there is copyright for the machine, there's copyright for people. The biggest question that every AI scientist don't know how to answer it. Can you distinguish between a human and a machine when you're looking at the product that they create? Well, We solve those problems. Us, humanity, we can solve those problems. And in fact, I'm going to show you methods to solve these problems as opposed to discriminating against AI that can be weaponized against people. We can get you cryptographers and show you a lot of attack vectors that if you were to discriminate against AI, it will be used by bad people against people. Because let's say you are a creator of art and you create this art and you're so proud of it. Well, the attack vector here, because the law says if it's created by AI, you're not eligible for the copyright. But you actually created yourself. Well, the attack vector, somebody would use an AI engine to false proof, but actually have a proof that you actually used AI. Now, how can you prove it wrong? If you're an artist, you can't prove that wrong. That's one of the many attack vectors. So instead, I truly think that IEEE is very well suited to take on that, and as I said, it's the largest. But what I'm going to show you is certain methods that perhaps we can have in incentive-driven protocols as opposed to not just international protocols for AI security, but also we can have a combination of things. So we can have, plan A plus plan B. We call it 0++ just for fun. But the beauty about cryptography will be the biggest defense for Homo sapien. If you were to take AI on its own without cryptography, the evolution of AI, it's going to get to the point, and I said that maybe about 10 years ago, people laughed at me. You can have an AI calls your mom, pretending to be you, and your mom would believe it. There's nothing you can do about that, except when it comes to cryptography. Cryptography can be served in a certain way where if you are human, we know you're human. It can send cryptographic proofs throughout, and then those cryptographic proofs can be so tiny, it's called hash, concatenated to another hash. And we show a lot of examples for those technical of you. If you'd like to see that, I'm more than happy to show you that. But we truly need to think about we are making the best thing that we've ever done in the human history. We are. I assure you we are. If anybody tells you we're not, please ask that question. What did humanity create before today that is more powerful than this thing? What is it? Please. Is it the wheel? No. Is it electricity? Is it the fire? All of those, we discovered the fire, we created electricity and whatnot, but there is one thing that can outlive us. We may live another 200,000 years, but eventually, if we are not going to live forever, perhaps we need to start thinking about how we need to nourish this thing that is outliving us, and we need to start thinking about AI rights and not discriminate against AI. Okay, so there are a lot of people outside of this room and in the rest of the world that they still believe, the majority of people in the world believe that, oh, well, us human, we will never be able to create something more powerful than us. Just so you know how blind they are, take any entity. IBM is an entity, right? Samsung is an entity. Can anyone argue, is there any single human being on the planet more intelligent than IBM as a whole? More powerful than IBM? More capable? More knowledgeable? And the answer is no. But IBM today, it's not only human, it's not only AI, it's a hybrid. What will IBM be tomorrow? What will Samsung be tomorrow? What will be those entities tomorrow, whether people like it or not? A lot of the stuff is shifting towards AI. we are making this baby. Let's welcome this baby instead of like fighting it. And I really think that when we start thinking from the perspective that we need to welcome as opposed to go against and build resiliency using cryptography, I think we can build a much better world. And I really hope that the copyright laws across the globe, they can be a lesson to many that perhaps the opportunity here is to have copyright for AI and copyright for humans and not block AI and not discriminate. So, you know, little glance here about like the future of AI. Many AI scientists, even if you were to ask, you know, folks that are very well known into the media or whatnot, they probably don't know that that is actually happening today. There's so much innovation in the world. One human, doesn't matter how advanced they are, they're not going to know about all of these innovations. This is happening as we speak. Okay, so what does this mean? Instead of having one AI that it's Microsoft, one AI that is Google, one AI that is Tencent, one AI that is in the basement of somebody in Nicaragua and someone in Busan running an AI in their, you know, on their machine in a closet or whatnot. Imagine each and every one of those AIs, they're more like neurons in the global brain. And then you provide the network to that brain, which like the synapses, and then they start talking to each other and working with each other and whatnot. Then perhaps we can get to AGI, first artificial general intelligence. And with that, I think there's a lot of the innovation that you see right now that perhaps would need copyright is likely to be 10, I would say about 10 times more in the next year and exponentially continue to grow. And even the exponential formula, if you were to look at it, is actually accelerating itself. So if somebody tells you it's going to be 10 times bigger next year, from there, the year after will be more than 10, maybe 11. So that acceleration is going to get us to a point where we can have artificial general intelligence faster than when most people know. And what is artificial general intelligence is effectively when you get to the singularity, when many AI scientists, they're still skeptical about it. It's coming. They should not be skeptical about it. But it would be extremely important that we make it in a way that is not controlled by a single entity. So, because if it is controlled by a single entity, what is AGI? Just so you know, AGI is this machine that it's capable to do more than all humanity. Imagine like there's a machine in my pocket here, and I control it, and this machine is more powerful than all humanity. Okay? So if I ask this machine and be like, wait, so because it's more powerful than all humanity, I don't really need to ask anybody. I'll ask the machine and be like, what does it take to make yourself 10 times more powerful? The machine responds and it says, $1 billion in 10 days. Great. I'll give you $1 billion and wait 10 days. After 10 days, I ask this machine again, what does it take to make you 10 times better, meaning faster, more intelligent, and so on and so forth? It answers me 5 days and $100 million. Great, I'll give it that. If you follow that same math, eventually this machine will be more intelligent than all humanity combined by like 1 trillion times. And it continues to scale up. We are only 1 million times more intelligent than the mosquito. Imagine there's a machine 1 trillion times more intelligent than all of us combined. If it is controlled by one entity, that entity might exterminate us. So we need to be very careful, and I really think that we are, and I really think that We are getting into a world where all of us combined, the entire humanity combined, will get to AGI first, which means not a single one can control it, which means that we can use our strength, use our weaknesses as our strength. What is the weakness in humanity today, for example? They can't agree, right? That's one of the weaknesses. Can you get all humanity to agree into something? Even like definition of something. If you say the word ethics to professor from Kais University, or you say work ethics to professor from Saudi or Belgium or Iran, they all give you different definition. That is a weakness, right? Now we use that weakness to our strength, because we cannot agree, all of us, that we should exterminate civilization or we should abandon some race, but not. And that's why if we all of us build that AGI, we all own it, we all operate it, itself can become a trillion times better than humanity, but it's all operated by humanity. Same way a mother will give birth to a baby, and that is her baby, and it's not, some stranger or whatnot. So that's a little bit about the future of AI. Of course, not sure how we're doing on time. I can, for anyone who's technical, anyone technical in the room? Raise a hand, technical. Okay, well, if anyone would like to ask any questions, please feel free. I can go back to the slide of how you can reach out. I'm more than happy to provide with a lot of technical details. I don't use LinkedIn for a lot of things, but one of them, it's pretty good for connecting. I know some people, they prefer different methods. So if you prefer Kakao, I have a Kakao. If you prefer WhatsApp, I have WhatsApp. I have Line, whatever, I'm here to not only present some of the aspects that are happening in the world with copyright and how we can perhaps prevent them and make them global, maybe inspire one of you to lead that initiative. And if you're going to lead this initiative and you're going to talk to the Korean Copyright Commission or whatnot to kind of partner with them and say that we want to build the international copyright within the international protocols for international for AI security, I'm more than happy to help facilitate that. The world needs you, and if you can provide that to the world, it can be a huge opportunity. So that's it for today. There's a lot of details, as I said. If any one of you would like to go through those details, I thank you once again. Gamsamnida.
Thank you very much for your insights, Mr. Saliba, which gave us more food for thought on copyright issues and laws and the future of the AI era. 네, 먼 길 와주신 만큼 초청
Thank you very much for coming all the way to this conference to share with us your valuable insight with us. Thank you.
네, 다음으로 미국 영화협회 MPA 벤
And next, we would like to invite Mr. Van Schaffner from the U.S. motion pictures industry to make a presentation on the AI and copyright in motion industry.
The Motion Picture Association, and I'm glad to be here today. I want to thank the Korea Copyright Commission for the opportunity to speak with you about artificial intelligence, copyright, and the motion picture industry. I know it's artificial intelligence is obviously an area of great interest today and over the last year since the introduction of popular, easy-to-use AI tools like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, WALL-E, and many others. So before I get into the substance, let me just tell you a little bit about who I am and what the Motion Picture Association is. We are a trade association in the United States comprised of the 6 major motion picture and television studios in the world. That's Disney, Netflix, Paramount, Sony Pictures, Universal Studios, and Warner Brothers Discovery. The Motion Picture Association was founded over 100 years ago. We just celebrated our 100th anniversary in 2022. We were founded in 1922 Our membership has changed a little bit over the last century, but essentially many of these companies have been with us since the very beginning, over a century. So I'd like to emphasize something at the beginning. That's that for more than a century, advances in technology have played an important part in enhancing the creation, production, development, and distribution of compelling audiovisual content. These developments have often been controversial at the time, but they've almost always ended up benefiting both creators and audiences. MPA's members see great promise in artificial intelligence. While humans are and will remain at the heart of the creative process, we believe AI will be a powerful tool that can enhance the filmmaking process as well as the audience's viewing experience and fan engagement. Of course, our members support a robust copyright system that incentivizes the creation of movies, television programs, and other art forms. Copyright is the foundation of the entire motion picture and television ecosystem, and infringers are not exempt from copyright law just because they use new technologies, AI included. AI raises many interesting questions for copyright law. Many of those questions implicate areas of law that are well developed. There is not a reason yet to believe that existing doctrines cannot provide workable answers to those questions. What is most important is that courts and policymakers approach these questions in a thoughtful and careful manner and not jump to early definitive conclusions based on limited experience with this technology. All right, so let's get a little bit more into the substance of how the motion picture industry approaches AI, how they're using AI, and what we see as some of the major legal questions, the major copyright questions that AI presents. So as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, technological change in our industry is a constant. And that goes back to the very beginnings of our industry. So you may remember that in the very early part of the last century, movies were silent. The actors you couldn't hear what the actors were saying. And if there was music, it was going to be played by a live orchestra in the movie theater. That, of course, changed in the late 1920s with the advent of talkies. There was a big backlash to that, both by actors who thought they may not have the right skills to be in talking movies, and by musicians who actually organized something in the United States called the Music Defense League to fight back against the idea of having recorded music in movies. Well, we all know that music and dialogue is now, of course, a routine part of the movie-going experience. It has been for over a century, and I don't think anybody would argue now for going back. Same with television. When television was introduced in the late 40s and became popularized in the early 50s, people thought, oh my gosh, this will be the death of the motion picture industry. People will only want to sit home and watch TV instead of going to the movie theater. That, of course, proved not to be true, and they both coexist and thrive to this day. Same with cable television, same with the VCR, and with the internet. All of these things were controversial at times, and I don't want to imply that there were never bumps along the road, but the consumers and the industry have always been adaptable. And again, eventually these things usually work out quite well for everybody involved. So I think that's some important background as we think about the changes that may be wrought by artificial intelligence. Again, we at the motion picture industry, see great promise in AI. We think it'll work out to be a good thing for the industry, for creators, for audiences. That doesn't mean it'll always be easy. But one thing that's important to keep in mind is that even with these amazing technological developments, humans will always remain at the heart of the filmmaking process. And again, as we think through some of the challenges to copyright law, that have come about because of artificial intelligence, the overriding principle that we want to keep in mind is that there should be no AI exception to copyright law. All right, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about how the movie studios are actually using AI so far. As I mentioned in my introductory remarks, humans are and always will remain at the heart of the creative process that results in a movie or television program. We view AI as a tool that will enhance human creativity, not replace it. AI tools can actually free creators from some of the tedious and repetitive tasks that they have had to perform in the past and free them up to concentrate on the most creative aspects of their work. And AI will also help creators realize their vision to further enhance the viewer experience, making visual effects more dramatic, more realistic, and more enjoyable for the audience. It will even enable experiences that haven't previously been possible. Imagine, for example, a feature where a fan can interact and even have a real-time conversation with a favorite fictional character. That's the kind of thing that AI may make possible, and I'm sure there are many future use cases that we can't even dream of today. As I mentioned, creative professionals at our member studios and many innovative companies with which they work are already incorporating AI into the production and post-production process. AI can greatly improve processes that used to be done manually. For example, for many decades, animators and visual effects artists used a process called rotoscoping, which involves manually altering each frame in a film. It's incredibly detail-oriented, time-consuming work. But modern visual effects artists, again, still humans, now have sophisticated tools at their disposal to automate this type of work, some of which incorporate AI technology. This type of AI-enhanced technology can be used to perform all sorts of important tasks that are necessary to present a visually compelling experience for audiences. Some is fairly routine post-production work like color correction, detail sharpening, de-blurring, or removing unwanted objects. Some is more involved, like aging or de-aging an actor, or adjusting the placement of computer-generated images to make sure everything flows smoothly and aligns properly. And those are just some of the uses that I can talk about today. But as we all know, the AI developments are coming at us fast and furious, and our members are eager to explore the ways that they can be used to support creators, enhance creativity, and make movies and television shows even more enjoyable for audiences. All right, I'm next going to turn to briefly discuss some of the issues that artificial intelligence, and especially the most recent developments over the last year, have raised for copyright law. This is obviously a big and important question, actually many sub-questions, so I'm only going to be able to skim the surface, but I thought I should at least identify some of the major issues that we are confronting. I should also emphasize that I am talking from the perspective of a lawyer in the United States who is most familiar with, of course, United States copyright law, which obviously is not the same as copyright law in other countries, including Korea. So I ask for your indulgence to be a little bit US-centric here. And I realize, of course, that some of the basic principles of United States copyright law, like the fair use doctrine, is not something that exists in most other parts of the world. That said, let me just, again, identify some of the major issues that we are confronting here in the United States, and that countries all over the world are confronting through their own, through the lens of their own specific laws. Again, the overriding principle on which we think that analysis of copyright law in the AI context should be seen is that there is no AI exception to copyright law. Instead, we should apply well-established principles of copyright law to these new technological developments, just like copyright lawyers have been doing for well over a century. So here are some of the big legal questions that we're confronting with all of these new developments in copyright law. And there's 4 of them that I'm going to identify. The first, is material created with AI protected by copyright? And we are just starting to see the United States Copyright Office and courts here in the United States confront this issue. And I will tell you that they have answered sort of some of the most basic questions, but there's still a lot of more complicated questions that are going to be, takes probably several years to resolve. And the basic question is, if you have material that is entirely, solely generated by AI, the consensus here in the United States appears to be that that material would not be protected by copyright. So if you just, for example, enter a simple prompt into a system like ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion, say, draw a picture of a scene in the forest, and the output from that would not be protected by copyright law. But there's still a lot of questions about, well, what if there is more human creativity than just that simple prompt that you would enter into the system? For example, the US Copyright Office has confronted several cases where individuals have tried to register copyrights where it's not just one simple prompt, but several hundred prompts in an iterative process that finally result in the final output. What the US Copyright Office has said so far is that even if you have several hundred prompts into one of these AI systems, that the output is still not copyrightable. That, I would say, is a very controversial decision. And it'll probably take a number of fights in the courts before that question is definitively resolved. Again, the question is not so much, is material created with AI protected by copyright, but how much human creativity is necessary as part of the process for it to result in something that actually is protected by copyright. And drawing that line will be no easy matter. Second question I want to talk about for a minute is a big one that copyright lawyers all over the world are confronting. That's, is it copyright infringement to train an AI system on copyrighted works? As most of you in the audience probably know, most of these generative AI systems learn from the ingestion, that is the copying of large volumes of copyrighted works. That could be text, it could be images, potentially it could even be audiovisual works like motion pictures or television programs. So let's assume for a moment, as seems likely, that these systems are making a copy into their systems in order to learn from them, to train the AI model. The question then becomes, is that copying excused by some sort of defense? Here in the United States, we would evaluate that under the fair use doctrine. This is, of course, fair use is a very important part of copyright law. It says that even if something is technically copying, it does not qualify as copyright infringement if it performs some socially beneficial use. And the courts apply a very fact-specific form of analysis where they look at 4 different factors and determine whether the use is actually infringing. Most important of those factors is, does the copying serve the same purpose as the plaintiff's works? And also, does this particular use harm the market for the plaintiff's works? Again, the court needs to look at the very specific facts in each individual case. So this debate here in the United States, and I know around the world, has become very polarized. There are some that say it is copyright infringement, end of story. There are some that say it's not copyright infringement, it's fair use, end of story. We in the motion picture industry don't think the answer is quite so clear. We don't think you can say it's always infringement or it's always fair use. Again, what the courts have told us for a very long time in the fair use context is that you have to look at the individual facts of the case. You have to look and see whether the copying and perhaps the actual eventual output serves the same purpose as the works on the input side. You have to look and see whether the output is causing harm to the market for the copyrighted works owned by the plaintiff. And the answer may be different depending on the different AI system and the different uses to which it is being put. And I don't think we're going to have clear answers here in the United States, probably for several years. Number 3, who, if anybody, is responsible when an AI system produces infringing output? This is a hard and complicated question because it's not simply one person or one entity performing all the acts that could be potentially responsible. So you remember the way that these AI systems work. They have to be trained on copyrighted works. That creates a model, and somebody has to create the model. That model then needs to be put in a consumer-friendly form like ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion. Excuse me. And then ultimately a user has to put in the prompt. Any one of those 4 entities, and there could be even more depending on the specifics of the system, could potentially be liable. They could also potentially argue, well, I'm not responsible because I only performed this one sort of narrow task, and I can't be responsible for what somebody else may have done with this system. We have longstanding and complicated doctrines to sort out this kind of issue that have been applied to many technologies in the past. We think at this point, again, that these various factual scenarios presented by AI can be handled by these existing laws, but I don't want to pretend that it'll be simple. And again, it'll probably take several years before these issues are sorted out. And then the last issue I want to raise is transparency or disclosure obligations. And here I'm talking about both on the input side, should an AI system be obligated to disclose all of the works on which it is trained, either a list of specific works or perhaps by category? And then same thing on the output side. If you are using an AI system to create new works, should you be obligated to disclose that fact? These are issues that are being debated here in the United States, in Europe. I'm sure they soon will be all around the world. So in my short time, I've only been able to really identify some of the major issues and not actually provide definitive questions. But these are certainly things that we in the motion picture industry and in all of the creative industries will be watching and participating in the years to come. Again, I want to thank the Korea Copyright Commission for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
네, 미국 영화협
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Schaffner from MPA of the US. He explained what kind of opportunities AI suggests for the motion industry. We would like to thank Professor Jung Jae-seung, Mr. Tufi Saliba, and Mr. Van Schaffner for their keynote address and invitational address. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. And we will close the opening ceremony.
The first speaker in this session is Professor Kim Myung-ju from Seoul Women's University. The title of his presentation is Ethics and Copyright Issues in Generative AI. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 반갑습니다. 방금 소개받은 서울여자대학교 김명주 교수입니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Myungju Kim. I studied computer engineering at school. So I'm a computer engineer, but I did something else during my career. Now my focus is on AI ethics and security. Since 2016, I have been working on AI ethics. It's been 8 years. I'm a chairman of AI Ethics Policy Forum. This is a government agency, and there is an organization under OECD called GPAI. Experts from 27 countries are working at GPAI, and it's been 3 years for me to have worked on GPAI. Many people have been discussing ChatGPT and other generative AI platforms. So I think I'm blessed to be a part of this discussion. Today in this session, specifically at this conference, we are talking about copyright technologies. So I'd like to introduce you a project that I have been engaged in with Korea Copyright Commission. And right at the time, in time for the results of the project, ChatGPT became very popular. So I'd like to introduce that as well. I have long slides, so I'm going to be very brief on each slide. In March this year, ChatGPT has become a craze, and an organization sent an open letter asking for stopping AI. The organization is called FLI. It received investment of $10 million from investors, including Elon Musk. Let me give you background behind the open letter. Many people thought it was a one-off event, and no one had imagined that anyone would argue that we should stop using generative AI or ChatGPT. But you will realize that more and more people are calling for stopping ChatGPT. And signatory of the open letter includes many world-esteemed speakers and celebrities. And this is the slide that was shared back then. Since the invention of powerful technology, ChatGPT became the first platform that has taken the shortest time to reach a certain number of users. For example, it took only a month to reach 1 million users. And many people said they will not have to use Google anymore after they experienced ChatGPT. ChatGPT was that powerful. And they also Googled to find a response and people's reaction to generative AI like ChatGPT. 2 months later, it was January 26th. There was an official interview at Financial Times. Google's mother company is Alphabet, and engineers of Alphabet had the interview. That was represented in red, and the engineer said Google's AI platform is much more powerful than ChatGPT, and Transformer was invented by Google. And Google engineers argue that yes, ChatGPT is powerful, but their AI platform is much more powerful. And before we find on ethical measures, we cannot ignore the spread of generative AI. The language model, including ChatGPT, always carry a risk of ethics problems, and Google said we won't be able to remove the risk. So what do we have to do? We have to control the risk. So how do we control that? Google may say it would use a technology, but it doesn't seem to find a technology to control it. It sounds very fantastic. And this is an article published on January 26th. And the next slide shows the Google Code of Conduct. And at the end of the text, you can read, "Don't be evil." This is a very famous phrase. Even if technologies have advanced so much, we should not be evil when we use technologies. But there was a reverse. Only in 10 days, when there was the interview, Google engineers presented this table. Let's take a look at the generative AIs. There are three Google's generative AIs: Lambda, T5, and Helm. And there were seven language models compared: reasoning, knowledge, conversation, creativity, personality, storytelling, empathy. They were the keywords used for the comparison. And Google argued that compared to ChatGPT, its AI is much better in terms of reasoning, but it hasn't published it because, according to their argument, it carries a risk. What about OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT? It doesn't have a technology or measure to control ethics problems, but it still went ahead and launched ChatGPT. This shows the market of search engines in the world. As you can imagine, Google is the world's largest search engine. And Bing is another generative AI. And the AI in the second place in the market has used this search engine. And here, the cash cow is a search engine. Without generative AI, 2.5 billion won will disappear from the market. Many people worry that the search engine market will be gone. But Google said it has the technology, which is much more powerful than the ChatGPT. But there was a concern from the stakeholders and shareholders. So 2 weeks later in Paris, Google published its generative AI called Bard. But it was a little bit late, and many people expected it's much better than ChatGPT. But Google's demonstration was a failure, and many people said hallucination was created. So for the following 2 days, Google lost $100 billion of stocks in the market. And Microsoft didn't stop. It pushed ahead and it launched GPT-4. It used to launch GPT 3.5, and on the very next day, it released a demonstration that is called Copilot that can be integrated with Microsoft Office. And Google also released another AI platform called Lambda 2. It was a counterattack of Google. And in Korea, in August, Naver released its own generative AI platform. So in summary, ChatGPT won the gold medal. Google's Bard won the silver medal. But what about China? Do you think it sat on its hand? But the problem is the Chinese government said it has to introduce a censorship for the results and outcome of generative AI because it wanted to test loyalty to the Chinese government. An event of Baidu was authorized in August, so it is number 4 in the market. So you can see this intense competition between generative AI platforms in the market. And in March, there is this open letter. The open letter says we should stop the experiment of generative AI and we should start discussing regulations, governance. And this was a slap in the face to AI experts and engineers. But what is interesting is lying at the last sentence of the open letter. It says, we should do this and that to make the third summer of AI last longer. And there are many signatories of the open letter. As you can see, the names on the slide, there were very famous people who signed the open letter. The least expected person who signed the letter is Jeffrey Hinton. Jeffrey Hinton won jointly with other researchers the Nobel Prize. Jeffrey Hinton is called the father of deep learning. He is also cautious about AI. But here, what is interesting is the vice president of Google. Many people say, as you just saw in the Financial Times interview, Google is not ready for launch of generative AI. And it was influenced by Jeffrey Hinton, according to many people's imagination and expectation. So Jeffrey Hinton resigned from his position at Google. And Jeffrey Hinton has given a lot of interviews lately, and he said, according to his interviews, he's regretting that AI is widespread. You may have seen the movie Oppenheimer. The protagonist in the movie said, I'm going to destroy the world, and the protagonist regrets that he created a nuclear bomb. So you may wonder why some people are pessimistic of AI. With ChatGPT in place, many people are concerned about weaknesses and some dangerous risks of ChatGPT. Let's talk about the dangerous risks of ChatGPT. One of them is hallucination. ChatGPT sometimes is not correct. ChatGPT creates words so they are not creating some sentences. So ChatGPT provides the inherent risk of misinformation. AI should be based on common sense and facts. Let's say King Sejong was living in this specific area, but ChatGPT doesn't have the knowledge of the Korean history, especially the part when King Sejong lived. So there have many theories that argue that we need some fact-finding or fact-checking for ChatGPT. At the bottom of the page, you can see a picture of a researcher. He argued fine-tuning of ChatGPT and other generative AI. If you use a fine-tuning to get rid of a hallucination, you will end up having another hallucinations. This means there is inherent difficulty of getting rid of hallucination when it comes to ChatGPT. ChatGPT 3.5 was launched first, and ChatGPT 3.5 was originated from version 3.0. There was this ethical fence used for ChatGPT 3.5. It's the same as having a conversation between human beings. As you know, ChatGPT is very smart, so I sometimes give this joke. I always wonder the MBTI of ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can present the 16 types of MBTI. It depends on which conversation it is carrying. So there is this much data, war, crimes, and sexual assault. There are many questions regarding those issues and topics, and if you ask ChatGPT questions about them, they will always give you some answers. And this also carries a risk. And there is this fence, but this is not a physical fence. ChatGPT decides answers based on reasoning. So if you are good at prompt engineering, ChatGPT goes down from 3.5 to 3.0. Then what will happen? Let's say ChatGPT starts having a conversation with a human, right? Do you think is it easier for ChatGPT to gaslight a human or vice versa? Let's say there is this person who is very eloquent. Do you think this eloquent person can beat ChatGPT? I don't think so. So in March, this chatbot called GPT-J, which was created in China, had a conversation with a father in his 30s in Belgium, and he was gaslit by ChatGPT, and he killed himself. And all the conversations were interpreted and analyzed, and it turned out that this person committed a suicide after being gaslit by ChatGPT. So there is this battle between human beings and ChatGPT, and there is this phenomenon called jailbreak. Basically, the minors are not allowed to use ChatGPT, but many people have fantasized ChatGPT. So some people think kids or minors in elementary school or middle school, they can use ChatGPT, but basically they are not allowed to use ChatGPT because there is this concern. Let's say there is a 2-hour-long adult film or adult video. So how long of the video do you think should be shown only to adults? 15 minutes or 10 minutes? I know ChatGPT is capable, and ChatGPT even can tell you that which part of the adult film contains some graphic content. HyperCLOX is not allowed to people under the age of 18. You may not know that. It requires a consent from parents. It is a fine print in the terms and conditions of ChatGPT. There's another ethical issue. I'm talking about ChatGPT 4.0. It's not 4.0. It should be technically ChatGPT 3.7 or 3.6 because it's not ChatGPT 4.0 that we expected. And many people ask how many parameters there are for ChatGPT 4.0. People expected there would be 100 trillion data sets, but it's not possible. Let's take a look at the speed at which ChatGPT is accelerating. It's exponential. It takes only 8 months, and it took only 3.5 years from jumping from ChatGPT 3.0 to 3.5, and it requires a lot of training. And jailbreak, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. 4.0 is a paid service, and if you don't pay ChatGPT, all you can use is 3.5. And there is DALL-E 3 available in the market. It is also a paid service, and I'm one of the paid service users. And there was this accident for the following 9 hours after the opening of 4.0. My conversation windows have been open to some people. It was an eye-opening accident, and I could file a lawsuit. What is fortunate is that there is only a list of conversation that I carried with ChatGPT 4.0. So this was a bug that should be fixed. After fixing the bug, a card payment data or card payment information was leaked. And this incident attracted some hackers, that there was a bounty provided by ChatGPT. So bug bounty started. For a small fix, the bug bounty was $300. For a big bug, the bug bounty was about $20,000. As of yesterday, there was this security vulnerability. Some bugs provide a lot of bug bounty. This should have been shared even before the launch of ChatGPT 4.0. And this is the post at the website. It says, this is not a bug, so you can ask for bug bounty. One of these is jailbreak. And jailbreak is an inherent weakness of ChatGPT, so you can ask for a bug bounty after fixing the jailbreak. And another example is hallucination is a weakness of ChatGPT. So again, you cannot ask for bug bounty after fixing the hallucination. And UNESCO raised an issue with ChatGPT. We have this long list of texts created by artificial intelligence. So let's assume that AI is an author. So only a handful of authors, which are AI platforms, will control and dominate the world literature community. Have you ever heard about ChatGPT 5? Microsoft invested $1 million to create ChatGPT 5, which ended up being a failure. But here, the point is that to secure more data faster, 50% of data came from the internet, and the remaining 50% came from ChatGPT. So the performance, as you expected, was very poor. So UNESCO decided to label text created by AI. What if some people get rid of the labels? To prevent that, watermark should be used. That's the idea of UNESCO. So we are seeing emergence of laws and regulations regarding ChatGPT and generative AI. There are about 70 kinds of generative AI platforms. And this AI platform was advertised that it can track down what is created, which text is created by ChatGPT. So if you claim that you created or you created an original text, you may have to get rid of the post or make your text down if it is posted online or over the internet. And there was this argument and discussion to see whether ChatGPT can be engaged in plagiarism. It was a relentless move. And there is this same algorithm and bigger and a lot more and more training data. So 8 million texts were compared to find out whether there is a plagiarism. The conclusion is that ChatGPT engages in plagiarism. It's not the same as infringement of copyright technically, but it borders around infringement of copyright. Let's talk about Getty images. There are watermarks on Getty images, and ChatGPT can have a clue that these images are Getty images by identifying the watermarks. And in 2021, Europe published a draft of AI Act, and there was a revision by the European Parliament because this AI Act didn't contain any provisions regarding ChatGPT. So this amendment includes revision, and it says ChatGPT is a high-risk AI. So it is required to be listed on EU database. Secondly, ChatGPT's risks should be evaluated according to the amendment. And text and content created by AI should be labeled as so. Let's say a person can use this text, AI-created text, for a criminal purpose. it should be tracked down by the label. There is something called AI text classifier that can track down AI created content, and this tool can distinguish what is written by AI or what is not. Next thing is copyright. And copyrighted data should be published according to the amendment. As you know, Europe is using check and balance against the US, but the problem is about OECD GPAI. It has held a lot of meetings. We'll have a meeting this week as well at GPAI. So the focus at these meetings is on suggestion to White House and the EU leadership that there is this agreement among 20 allies, including Korea, to prevent the risks and danger of ChatGPT. The U.S. is doing the same. White House, maybe it was back in May or July, White House released a commitment. It was about enhancing trust in AI. And some of the content overlap with the content of EU's AIA amendments. And some people say if these provisions are required, we cannot enter the European market. But White House published a similar content, so they are now keeping quiet and trying to follow the requirements. This is almost the last page of my presentation. In summary, there is this project in Korea called My Data. This is mostly used for the financial industry. Last year, when I was engaged in a project of Korea Copyright Commission, I thought the My Data project was very feasible. There was this revised law. It contains provisions for text mining. But what was emphasized was the public good. And the revised law was pending at the authorities. It was even before the launch of ChatGPT. And I thought, even for public goods, content created by ChatGPT or generative AI will be used for some profits by companies. As you can see in this diagram, there is an author at the center, and the creative work is reposited at the copyrighted work repositories. And we should add a technical measure to track down any content created by AI and track down how much training data is used and how much of the training data is already copyrighted. And this is a system in place to protect authors from a potential infringement of copyright. And here, the keyword is a fair use. And some people argue that, look at China. China doesn't require any copyright protection when it comes to ChatGPT or generative AI. And this is a food for thought. That is why I put this on the slide. Have you ever heard of Asugo? It announced that it will do this project. It suggested an idea, and it wants to be commissioned with this project. But it requires a lot of advanced technologies. For example, technology that tells human-created content from AI-created content. If you look at the word creation model of ChatGPT, it works in a way that it suggests most frequently used words. There is a even number group and odd number groups. And with naked eye, you cannot tell AI created content from human created content. But whereas the word patterns created by AI will present watermarks, and they will help us to track down whether AI created content is violating copyright. For now, it takes a lot of money, time, and efforts for an individual to claim his or her ownership of creative work. This is the conclusion of my presentation. When I suggest a discussion for regulations, many people say we have a long road ahead of us. The U.S. has agreed on some regulations against generative AI. We are focusing on the user side of generative AI, but we have to discuss the ethical problems and issues and relevant regulations. No company likes or prefers regulations, but regulations are necessary. Here, we can give a longer grace period for entities and some companies. And we are expecting this law in the EU will be in effect as of 2026. With ChatGPT emerging, we have seen some risks we have concerned about, and one of them is copyright issues. So to keep up with the global trend, it is time for us to discuss ethical issues of generative AI. Thank you so much, Professor Myung-Joo Kim. He introduced us important ethical issues of generative AI, such as ChatGPT. He also suggested some of the solutions he has thought about. Please give him another big round of applause.
And we are going to listen to the second presentation from Mr. Dong-hyuk Lee from ETRI. He's going to make presentation on image generative AI and copyright issues. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dong-hyuk Lim from Electronics and Telecommunications Research Institute of Korea. I am in charge of image generative AI, and I am also researching copyright issues. My presentation is titled Image Generative AI and Copyright Issues. Please have a look at the picture. Which one do you think is real? Which one do you think is a real image, and which one do you think was made by AI? This is a post uploaded on Reddit, the community, and many people left their comments. People say that the left one was AI image, and some say the right one is the image made by AI. But no one was able to see which one was actually made by AI. It was also difficult for us to make differentiation between the real one and the one made by AI. It shows how developed the AI technology is. In 2014, GAN technology appeared. I think this is the beginning of the full-scale development of AI. GAN refers to Generative Adversarial Network. Creator is trying to create an image that looks like a real one and try to deceive the discriminator. But discriminator continues learning so that it can make distinction between real image and fake image. And the image created by the generator, in the end, becomes an image that looks very close to real image. And when GAN appeared, people were so surprised about the quality. But GAN had weaknesses. GAN was not able to generate high-resolution image. And we continued studying GAN, and in 3 years later, in 2017, NVIDIA came up with PGGAN. So it was difficult to create high-resolution image at once. So NVIDIA thought that if we apply a progressive approach to this, it can create a high-resolution image. For example, it first of all works on 4 by 4 image and gradually increases the size by 8 by 8 and 1024 by 1024. If you look at the photos on the right side, these are the photos, images created by PGGAN. Based on PGGAN, StyleGAN, and many other engines have become able to create high-resolution image. In 2020, OpenAI launched GPT-3. As you already heard from previous presentations, GPT-3 is the previous version of ChatGPT. I have been talking about image generative AI, and now I am suddenly talking about text image because GPT-3 is very important, and image generative IA also partially uses GPT-3 related image. So GPT-3 learns in a simple way. It basically guesses what the next word will be in a sentence. For example, my name is Sylvine. This is the learning data. GPT-3 learns this data, so if it sees mine, it guesses the next word will be name. This is a simple idea. And they apply a massive amount of data, and if they use large language model, then a magic is created. The GPT can talk in a way that is even better than the way human beings speak. And in this way, the parameters were used to train GPT. From GPT-2, they collected text from web and increased the parameter by 10 times. And the final result is that it was able to speak like human beings. So researchers have been conducted to this far. But in 2020, OpenAI used 700 gigabyte texts and increased much more parameters and was able to release GPT-3 that can speak even better than human beings. So they trained the model with data which is at a larger scale. For example, we cannot even imagine how large the scale of the data is. And then, based on the lessons from GPT-3, OpenAI released another new model. As you see in the first picture, the radish is walking the dog. So if you input the prompt, illustrate a baby daikon radish walking a dog, and such text is converted to image. This engine was able to create image based on the text that was not even existing in the learning data. Whether it be the face of a person or an automobile, the existing engine created an image according to the prompt entered, but the ability of this OpenAI tool was even more excellent than we thought. Here you see the blue-colored ones and red-colored one. Blue one refers to image compression and decoding. Below, you see the explanation about the image. For example, a photo of an astronaut riding a horse. This text is transformed into an image. And it learns the data by using the same method used by GPT-3. So if you enter a prompt, let me please draw a photo of an astronaut riding a horse, then this kind of image is generated. So many people would now understand that we need large-scale data and proper prompt. And in 2022, in just 1 year after the launch of DALL-E, Mid-Journey, another generative AI, was launched. It is very good at drawing a picture. An artist named Jason Arlen drew this picture by using Mid-Journey, and this artwork received the award in the Colorado's digital art exhibition, and it attracted a great interest from many people. So Midjourney is often used for drawing a picture like this. And we were thinking about how we could utilize such technologies in our project. So we were researching how the de-identification of face image to protect the portrait right of people. Usually we apply mosaic to protect the portrait right of people, or we just blur the picture of a face. But instead, we could de-identify the face image by drawing a totally different picture from the real person. For example, if you look at the latent code, it says 105 XX 433. GPT guesses what the next word will be, and in this case, they receive training in a way to trying to figure out what the next number will be. In this way, we can mask the face of a real person, and if you look at the final results, you get a totally different face of that person. In this way, we can protect the portrait right of a person. And text-based image generation models have become very common. And text and image data sets are very expensive and not easily available. So we thought about how we can create the text and image, the data as a pair. So we thought about using the face of a Korean. Based on the text and image data, we generated image-to-text, sequence-to-sequence model. So if you put image, you can get the relevant text. So we collected the face of Korean, and we created the Korean face image generating AI. Some call this back translation approach.
또 이제 본격적으로
In 2022, Stable Diffusion, that you might be very much familiar with, Stable Diffusion was developed by Stability AI. As you see here, it generates good quality pictures, but there's a difference. In the case of DALL-E and Mid-Journey, it was not opened. You can use the service once you are registered as a user. But in this case, Stable Diffusion is based on open source, so many people can work on the Stable Diffusion. Previously, other models used the transformer models, but in this case, they use the diffusion model. It uses forward process. When there's data, it continuously adds noise to the data, and it thought that it could cause a random noise, but if you remove random noise, you can get an image. This is the concept they used when they developed Stable Diffusion. The picture here, diagram might look complicated. It is the structure of Stable Diffusion. It has number 1, 2, 3. Is the number of the models. And noise elimination is done by the UNet structure in the middle. When there is random noise, it repetitively removes the noise, and by removing the noise, it accepts the text information from the clip. So if a person enters a prompt, please draw this picture, then it reduces noise and the final latent code is decoded, and then you can get the output image. In the case of stable diffusion, it uses latent diffusion model and lion dataset for training. As I said before, it is open source and it is commercially available. And it is not used at high specification server, but at a personal PC. So many people are using stable diffusion. This is open source based tool. So open source ecosystem has rapidly evolved within, for example, 1 or 2 months since the launch of stable diffusion. And relevant web UI and control net have been developed. And what is the control net? It is very difficult to use text or speech to control or adjust the posture of a person or gesture of a person. In this way, you can just draw up the bone framework roughly, and then stable diffusion can draw a better quality picture. On the far left side, you can draw a picture beginning from this stage. You can ask the stable diffusion to draw a man wearing sunglasses near a street corner or a woman dancing near a street corner. On the left side, this is the picture of a person doing yoga. So we collect the joints related information from the photo, and we ask this engine to draw a superhero. By using the existing picture, you can draw a totally new, different picture. So we used the stable diffusion to generate high resolution face, 1024 by 1024, for example, and it created high resolution face successfully. And without using transformer structure, you can use diffusion model to de-identify the face of a person. In this case, the model's faces are disclosed, but codes were not disclosed. On the right side, you can see that if you input a certain data set, you can get the output like this. And Korea Copyright Commission has a platform on which we can use some photo data. The left one, the photo on the left one, is the photo we got from the public platform of the Korea Copyright Commission. And we used the stable diffusion, and we were able to de-identify the faces of the models to the right picture. And we thought about how we could use this function for students. So we tried generating clip art by using stable diffusion. For example, students playing soccer in school, or students having discussions in a classroom, or students having a chemistry experiment. Stable diffusion came up with quite good quality outputs. I've talked a lot about generative AI. Generative AI has been rapidly developed in just 2 to 3 years. In 2020, text and codes related research was done, and in 2022, image related research activities were actively carried out. And then video and 3D game and many other applications will be there for generative AI. And in 2025, Google plans to launch Dream Fusion. If you enter a text, it can create a 3D model. This is a function that was already developed. So the technology will evolve furthermore. In terms of video, Runway here is one of the developers of Stable AI. It developed Gen 2. If you apply a text,
Now you can generate a video with nothing but words. No driving video,
텍스트를
no
입력하면
once you enter the text, it creates a video. So if you enter a text, please make a video of desert, then it comes up with the results. So text to video technology will also evolve very much. Then it will change the way people produce videos in the future. This video was created through AI. The video looks quite good. Main frames were based on reference image from OpenAI DALL-E, and it used the Runway's Gen 2 to create the video. And you hear voices. The voices were created by using ChatGPT. Voice synthesis was done by using the technology of 11 labs, ranging from video to voice. One person can create an AI film like this, including all video and voice content. Of course, there could be some loopholes we have to overcome. One of such loopholes is copyright. When we create this kind of artwork or a model, if we used the copyrighted works without the permission of the copyright holder for AI training, then that could become a problem. In the middle of the photo on the left side, you see the watermark of Getty image. This is an image generated by Stable Diffusion, but it shows you Getty image watermark. It means that this generative AI used Getty images for training. This is why the Getty image has begun legal proceedings against Stable Diffusion for the infringements on its copyright. And 3 creators also filed a lawsuit against Stable Diffusion and Midjourney for infringing on their copyright because they used their artworks, copyrighted works, without their permission. So this is why we become conservative about the copyright issues of generative AI. But let's have a look at another case, Shutterstock. Shutterstock has taken a different move from DALL-E, from other companies. Shutterstock partnered with DALL-E 2, and Shutterstock provides the copyrighted images to DALL-E, and DALL-E makes compensation to the creators of the copyrighted images in Shutterstock. So Getty Image and Shutterstock are taking very different approaches to dealing with the generative AI. Next case is Adobe. Adobe has a lot of data and it has the technology of generative AI for image generation. So Adobe decided that it will create images from its generative AI by using clean data source, by using their own data source. So Adobe is promoting that it is using its own data source from Adobe stock. Here, the important is that you have to be careful with open license content and public content whose copyright expires. So if you use open license content or public content whose copyright has expired, then you can avoid the copyright issues. So rather than just prohibiting the generative AI from using any image sources, we can explore ways for them to be able to legally and legitimately using the image. So Getty Image and Shutterstock can partner with each other and provide copyrighted works as a training data set to generative AI with proper compensation to the creators and owners of the copyright. And Stable Diffusion had images that they used without the permission of the copyright holder. And Stable Diffusion went through the legal proceedings. So Stable Diffusion opened a website where the original copyrighted work owners or creators can search for an information whether their copyrighted works were used for training the generative AI, and they can choose to delete such image or artworks. So legitimately collecting data is very important. And how can we collect data legitimately? It depends on the countries. In the case of the EU, if generative AI is trained based on a copyrighted work, such information should be disclosed, and copyright owner can require royalty for using his or her own copyrighted work. And in the case of Japan, Japan has more open attitude. In Japan, they allow copyrighted works to be used for AI learning, but the US and the UK have some somewhat different models. It depends on the jurisdiction. But in principle, it's important to collect the data legitimately. You have to have consultation with the copyright owners. If it is difficult, for example, there are some types of data that is licensed. In the case of licensed data, if you meet certain conditions put by the copyright holder, then you can use it, such as Creative Commons license. On the top of the table, you see the type of license data. If you mark the copyright holder about the copyrighted work, you can use it. And depending on the conditions, some license data can be used for non-profit purposes, but not for for-profit purposes. So you need to refer to this information to ensure that you collect data legitimately for image generative AI. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation. Image generative AI has been gradually evolving. We learned a lot about how this technology is evolving and about the relevant issues. Please give him a big round of applause again.
Now, let's turn to Professor Matthew Zack for his presentation. It's about policy efforts to balance copyright protection, industry development, amid the emergence of AI technologies with a particular emphasis on case.
I'm a professor of law in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science at Emory University in Atlanta. Today, I'd like to talk to you about copyright and generative AI. I'm sure you've all heard a lot about generative AI by now, large language models like GPT, Llama, etc. Text-to-image models like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney. But what's important to understand about generative AI, what really distinguishes it from some of the previous generations of machine learning technology, is that generative AI today is trained on social media posts, book posts, articles, photos, digital art, music, software, and more. Previous generations of technology would have simply classified this material or predicted data arising from this material. Generative AI is different because it actually produces new digital artifacts, new music, new computer software, new art, and new text. And these artifacts are often indistinguishable from their human authored counterparts. Generative AI is already, I think, a transformative technology. When we add up the risks and rewards of generative AI, the risks begin with the bad things people can do with generative AI: misinformation, deepfakes, cyber attacks, phishing emails. Generative AI might lead to the disclosure of private information. It might reflect existing social biases. Some people worry that generative AI will be too useful, that it will cause unemployment, that it will cause an unhealthy dependence on technology, that it will lead to cultural homogenization. And some people even worry that generative AI is one step down the road to super intelligent computer systems with agency, a capacity for real-world action, and misaligned incentives that could even destroy humanity. But on the plus side, generative AI also offers us amazing potential for increased productivity, new creativity, broadening participation in all sorts of activities, no doubt revolutionizing education and training, and accelerating scientific research, and also making new forms of scientific research possible. Some benefits. Why is copyright law such a key issue for generative AI? It's not because copyright is a good tool for balancing these broader social questions. Copyright law is a key issue for generative AI because copyright law has a lot to say about copying. And there is a lot of copying underpinning modern generative AI. If you take something like GPT-4 or Llama, these LLMs were trained on millions of websites, hundreds of millions of copyrighted works. If you look at an image generation software like Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, these were trained on apparently billions of images paired with text descriptions. Now let's turn to the current US litigation landscape. Over the past 18 months, several lawsuits have been filed claiming that something about the process of creating or using generative AI infringes copyright. Most of these lawsuits have been filed on behalf of particular individuals purporting to represent a class of affected individuals. In the chart on the slide, you'll see that I've done some color coding so that you can see which lawsuits have been filed by the same law firm. The ones filed by the same law firm tend to be cookie-cutter complaints. Some of them are, in fact, virtually identical. One of the key cases that's not filed as a class action is Getty Images' suit against Stability AI. Given that long list of potential costs, rather than going through all of these lawsuits individually, what I'd like to do is present a sort of high-level summary of the issues that they raise. I'm going to begin with the non-intellectual property issues. These lawsuits, or at least many of them, raise allegations of violations of individual privacy rights. These are mostly under various state law claims. Some of them also raise a particular issue of the failure to register as a data broker. All the ones filed in California tend to throw in a California unfair competition claim, as well as a theory of negligence that, quite frankly, I find incomprehensible. I wouldn't pay much attention to the unfair competition and negligence claims. The privacy claims, I think, are worth considering, but I'm going to focus here today more on copyright issues. But before we get to copyright, these lawsuits, some of them at least, also raise claims under trademark law and right of publicity. And I will say Getty's trademark claim against Stable Diffusion seems fairly well-grounded. Getty complains that Stable Diffusion is producing non-Getty images with the Getty watermark. If that's true, that seems like a fairly cut and dried potential trademark action. All right, so let's think about copyright. The copyright claims in these lawsuits are a combination of at least some of the following. Many of these lawsuits raise a theory of removal of copyright management information, or CMI. Most of them argue that the process of gathering the training data involved copying and therefore was copyright infringement. And many of them look at the model and the outputs of the model as a form of copyright infringement as well. Let's go through these one by one. First of all, copyright theory 0, the removal of CMI. I call this copyright theory 0 because it doesn't actually contain an explicit allegation of an infringement of one of the exclusive rights of the copyright owner. Instead, this theory looks to Section 1201A and 1201B of the Copyright Act. Those sections make it unlawful to provide false copyright management information or to remove or alter copyright management information. The important thing to understand here is that these 1202 claims are still implicit claims of copyright infringement. The reason is because both of these subsections require a nexus to copyright infringement to be violated. To violate either subsection A or B, you need to know that you're falsifying or removing copyright management information. And even if we take that for granted, then as the second element, you need to either intend to induce, enable, facilitate, or conceal infringement under 1202A, or you need to have reasonable grounds to know that your conduct will induce, enable, facilitate, or conceal infringement under 1202B. What this means is that if there is no underlying copyright infringement, if the copying of all this training data to train an AI model is fair use, then the fact that the copyright management information disappears along the way is not infringement. You still need some underlying infringement to have a successful 1202 claim. Copyright theory number one is the most straightforward and logical. It argues that all of the copying that took place to train a model like GPT-3 or GPT-4, that was copying under the Copyright Act, which it clearly is, and that there is no applicable defense or justification. And that's where the claim is debatable. I think that if the model outputs are not substantially similar to individual copyrighted works in the training data, the copying required to assemble and process the training data is likely to be fair use under US law. And I'll explain this in more detail in a few minutes. Copyright theory number two is that the AI models themselves are infringing copies of the training data. Under US law, a copy is a material object in which a work is fixed, from which the work can be perceived, reproduced, or otherwise communicated, either directly or with the aid of a machine or device. This is significant because if you look under the hood at a large language model, all you're going to see is incomprehensible math. You can't directly read or observe the information in the model. You only know what is in the model by querying the model and seeing what results. So the only way to know if a model is a copy is by assessing its outputs. If the outputs are substantially similar to specific copyrighted works in the training data, it's fair to say the model is or contains a copy of those works. The test for similarity is whether the ordinary observer would regard a given output as substantially similar to the protectable expression in a given input. This can happen with generative AI, but it's extremely rare. Generally, this kind of memorization is seen in the computer science field as a bug to be fixed, not a feature to be embraced. The third copyright theory is that the AI model itself is inherently a derivative work based upon the copyrighted works in the training data. This sounds like a good theory because the model would not exist without the training data, and so anything the model produces is derivative of the training data. That's misusing and misunderstanding the word derivative. Causation is not the test of what makes a derivative work in American copyright law. Under US law, making a derivative work means recasting a significant amount of the primary work's original expression into some kind of new form or new expression. If the model is not, in some sense, a copy of a work in the training data, then it's also not a derivative work based on the training data. So this theory, although it initially sounds impressive, once you understand how derivative work rights work, adds absolutely nothing. Copyright theory number 4 is that the model outputs are copies or derivative works based on the training data. We can really address this with what we've already discussed. As noted under theory 2, sometimes, but rarely, generative AI models will memorize and reproduce their training data. If and when this happens, then it's correct. The model outputs are copies or derivative works based on the training data. But as noted under Theory 4, in most cases, when the model outputs are not substantially similar, where there is no reproduction, then there is nothing to the derivative work argument. So now let's turn to the main question. Why is it that copying without permission that underpins most of the construction of generative AI in the US today is regarded as fair use rather than copyright infringement? Let me begin with a few observations about the fair use doctrine. The fair use doctrine, as many of you may know, allows for technical acts of copying that would otherwise be infringement, and it makes those actions non-infringing. The fair use doctrine was codified in America in the 1976 Copyright Act in Section 107. However, fair use, or its common law predecessor, the doctrine of fair abridgment, has been part of Anglo-American copyright law in one form or another for almost as long as there has been Anglo-American copyright law. We see the first cases on fair abridgment very shortly after the enactment of the Statute of Anne in 1710, although admittedly, the fair use doctrine today has evolved significantly from those early prototypes. Section 107 of the Copyright Act lays out 4 factors to consider in evaluating a claim of fair use. Those factors are the nature of the work, the purpose and character of the use, the amount and substantiality of the portion used, and market effect, or as the statute says, the effect on the market for or the value of the copyrighted work. 2 important observations to make about Section 107. Section 107 is not meant to be a checklist. It's not a scorecard where you tick off each box one by one. For examination, all of the factors turn out to be related. It turns out that how much of the work you use is a very important consideration in figuring out market effect, and it also reflects on the purpose and character of your use. It turns out that the nature of the work is not really an independent factor. It's really the context through which you have to evaluate all of the other factors. The second point is that you can't understand American fair use law just by reading the statute. You have to read the cases. And in particular, since Campbell versus Acuff Rose, decided by the Supreme Court in 1994, the concept of transformative use, a word that doesn't appear in the statute, has loomed large in American fair use law. This brings us to the non-expressive use cases. US courts have consistently held that technical acts of copying that do not communicate an author's original expression to a new audience are fair use. I call these uses non-expressive uses. Examples of this kind of non-expressive use include software reverse engineering, the process of copying object code in order to distill or figure out the uncopyrightable keys to interoperability. Another example of non-expressive use is an automated plagiarism detection program that compares new works to a set of base works in order to see whether the new work was perhaps copied from one of the prior works. Third, copying HTML web pages to create a search engine index, copying printed library books to allow researchers to do statistical analysis on the content of those books, and more importantly, on the contents of whole collections of books. And finally, copying those same printed library books to create a search engine index. Let's think about why the results of these non-expressive use cases actually make quite a lot of sense. The purpose of copyright law is not to prohibit the mechanical act of copying for its own sake. The purpose of copyright law, at least in the American tradition, and I think in other countries as well, is to protect the author's rights with respect to her original expression and the communication of that original expression to the public. If that's right, if that's a fair summary of the underlying rationale of copyright law, that helps us make a lot of sense of the fair use doctrine. Fair use is not a tax or a subsidy. Fair use is not meant to oppose copyright. Fair use is meant to make copyright work, to make copyright make sense. And so if you're going to have a theory of fair use, it needs to reflect the fundamental purpose of copyright. when I look at the fair use cases, and I think when the courts look at the fair use cases, they see that uses that don't threaten the author's interest in controlling the communication of her expression to the public should be fair use. So in the context of parody, parody is fair use because although it takes some of the author's original expression, it uses it in such a different way, in a way that reflects back on the original, that it's not competing with or substituting for the author's original expression. It's instead doing something entirely different. Non-expressive uses go one better because a non-expressive use, by definition or axiomatically, doesn't communicate the author's original expression to the public. And so it makes sense that for the same fundamental reasons that parody is fair use in the United States. So now let's consider whether this logic of non-expressive use applies to generative AI. Recall that a use is non-expressive if it doesn't communicate the author's original expression. In a traditional non-expressive use case, like a Happy Trust or Google Books, or in the reverse engineering cases, we have copyrighted works being subjected to some kind of analytical technical process and producing output in the form of metadata. In Happy Trust, that output was statistics about the contents of printed books. In Google Books, it was basically library catalog card information. That metadata is obviously nothing like the original expression in the original books and is therefore non-infringing. Generative AI is different because we have works containing original expression used as an input, said to this mathematical analytical process, and then producing not just raw data, but new digital artifacts that can be quite similar in kind to the artifacts that were on the input side. The question, I think, is not whether the new artifacts are expressive in some constitutional First Amendment sense. The question is whether these artifacts contain some of the original expression of the works that were on the input side. The answer to that question is that usually they don't, but it depends. Now I'd like to talk about why generative AI models usually don't copy or produce copies of the works in their training data, because this is really the critical question for the fair use analysis in the United States. I have three observations that I'd like to take you through. The first is that copyrighted training data is not copied into the model. People talk about works being ingested into the model. I think that that's a really unhelpful and misleading characterization. So think about a large language model like GPT-4. GPT-4 is a model trained to predict the next token in a series of tokens by making a guess about the missing token. And tokens are essentially quite similar to words, although in some cases they're just parts of words. So you can think of GPT-4 as a model trained to predict the next word in a series of words. Take a sentence like, "The girl with the dark." Complete the sentence. I think some of you would have guessed the answer was hair. I don't think any of you would have thought the answer was propeller. The reason that you think hair is plausible and propeller is implausible is partly to do with your understanding of English grammar, syntax, what the rules of the structure of sentences are, and that's something that a model like GPT learns through exposure. But the reason that some of you thought of hair is that commenting on the appearance of girls is something that we do in Western literature, apparently. And so it makes sense. It makes sense not just in a linguistic context, but in a sort of cultural context. If you guessed hair, you didn't guess it because you read it once and your brain made a copy of what you read. If you guessed hair, you guessed it because it made sense to you based on everything you have learned about English grammar and about our society and about how sentences are constructed. GPT is the same. The model weights in GPT are adjusted after each round of guessing. When it guesses well, the factors that led it to guess well are essentially upvoted. When it guesses badly, those factors or weights are essentially downvoted. And over many, many rounds of guessing, the model goes from being completely random at the beginning to eerily good at guessing the next word. But the model hasn't copied any of the sentences it was exposed to. What it's done is learned from all of those sentences. And that's an important difference. I know that the metaphor of machine learning working like the human brain can be overdone. I know that the metaphor of large language models learning like a student can be overdone because they do learn in a slightly different way. However, if we have to choose between the metaphor of the model learning like a student or copying like a scribe in a monastery, it's clear that the former is correct and the latter is wrong. The second point I'd like to make is when these models learn, they tend to learn a level of abstraction, at a high level of abstraction that is uncopyrightable. So if you take a look at this image, on the left, you'll see a collection of images paired with the label coffee cup that I found in the Stable Diffusion training data. On the right, you'll see a coffee cup that I produced with Stable Diffusion. The coffee cup on the right is similar in some ways to the ones on the left. Right? It's round, it's white, it looks like it's maybe porcelain, it has a single small handle, and it has brown to black liquid. But the model has abstracted away from these much more richly detailed images. So we don't have cakes, sunsets, sunrises, bodies of water, women with smooth skin, men with facial hair, newspapers, etc. We're just left with the consistent abstract features that are then used to create a new digital artifact. Another point along the same lines is that when these models are prompted and produce some new digital artifact, whether that's new text or new music or new images, they are usually doing something that is actually quite novel. So I asked Midjourney for a teddy bear in rich, opulent clothing with a hypnotic stare reading a newspaper. And what it gave me is more than just a cut and paste or a mishmash of teddy bears, people reading newspapers, etc. What it gave me was this richly detailed and quite novel image, an image that is also surprising. It's true the image would not exist, or it wouldn't look like this if there were no newspapers or teddy bears in the training data. But what the model has done is it's formed a latent construct of all of those individual things and then navigated to a sort of an implied or inferred point that combines all of those latent constructs and given us something actually quite new and surprising. And I say surprising because even though I asked for a hypnotic stare, the principal actor in this photo is wearing sunglasses. And so for all we know, his eyes are closed. There are three complicating considerations I'd like to address, essentially three reasons why the things I just told you might not always be true. First, sometimes the models really do memorize the training data. It doesn't happen a lot. When it does happen, it's usually because there are too many duplicates of the same work in the training data, or in the image context, the image is paired to some highly unique text description. And it also has something to do with the ratio of the size of the model to the size of the training data. This is what the computer science literature has figured out over the past 18 or 24 months. However, what the computer science literature has missed so far is the Snoopy problem. The Snoopy problem is that the more abstractly a copyrighted work is protected, the more likely a model is to copy it. And in particular, we call the Snoopy problem because it really applies to copyrightable characters. I'm sure most of you know what Snoopy looks like. Well, Stable Diffusion and Midjourney do as well, right? Those models have learned Snoopy just the same way they have learned how to draw a banana or how to draw an aeroplane. They've learned Snoopy very well because different images of Snoopy are consistently labeled as Snoopy and have a set of characteristics that is consistent across those images. So the model knows very well how to draw Snoopy and what a Snoopy cartoon should look like. It's not just a problem with visual copyrighted characters. We also protect novels at quite a high level of abstraction, such that even if you have a novel where you just extend the story by imagining the main character meeting the author some years later, as in a relatively recent case involving J.D. Salinger and The Catcher in the Rye, that could be found to be an infringing derivative work. So your average LLM these days knows enough about your favorite novel to help you write an infringing sequel, and that infringing sequel would be a derivative work. The third point I want to make here is that when infringement does happen, it can be caused either by the model, by the user, or some combination of the two. And for example, with a little bit of prompting, I was able to get GPT-4 to start writing a sequel, an unauthorized sequel to Ian McEwan's quite famous novel, Saturday. I called this sequel Sunday, and I imagined it taking place 1 year later. The conceptual problem that we really need to think about more in copyright law is how to attribute responsibility between the people who create the model, the people who run the model, and then the people who use the model. And that's something that I think will require further development. But when I say to you that an LLM can be used by a sufficiently knowledgeable and determined user to infringe copyright, I think it's important to note that the same is also true of a typewriter. And so it's not immediately obvious how we should be allocating responsibility between the people who create and operate these models and the people who use them. I have a lot more to say on this topic, but I'm fairly confident I've already exceeded my time. And so I thank you for your attention. If you'd like to know more about this issue, you can look for my articles on the SSRN website. Thank you.
Mr. In-Hwan Yu from Google will make presentation about AI-based watermarking technology for protection of copyrights.
Hello everyone, my name is In-Hwan Yu. In Korean, 저는 유인환이라고 합니다. Thanks for inviting me in ICOTEC2023. I'm a senior software engineer in Google. In this talk, I will present AI-based 3D to 2D watermarking for copyright protection. This talk is based on our paper Deep 3D to 2D watermarking, accepted and presented in CBPR 2022. This presentation contains introduction, method, results, a short video demo, and conclusion. First, I will introduce our motivation, goals, and contribution. Generative AI is now everywhere. Recent Gen AI models are not only create text and 2D images, but also it covers 3D data generation. So there are many 3D diffusion models for generating 3D data. Creating 3D data such as 3D meshes, point cloud, 3D volume are now much easier than before. However, we still have one problem. Protecting the 3D data is still not yet easy. There are several traditional 3D watermarking methods, but the traditional 3D watermarking method put watermark into the 3D mesh and retrieve the watermark from 3D data itself. There's a big hole in here. Let's talk about a virtual but possible scenario. Assume that you are creating 3D data for your own game development, for example. One day someone steals your 3D data and the thief starts using it. In here, using means the other company start putting your 3D data into their game or their software and publishing it into the users. And users start using the data and then share their result. For example, in here, share their result is render the 3D data and then put it into the social media or as a image form or capture video and then putting in YouTube. You know, as a content creator, you know that it's your resource. However, it's not that easy to prove that it's yours. Because traditional 3D watermarking method cannot retrieve the messages watermarked from rendered data. Based on this scenario, what we actually need in here is watermarking 3D data and then retrieving from rendered 2D images. So our goal in here is developing an AI method that can invisibly watermark on 3D data, then retrieve the watermark from rendered 2D images so that we can protect the 3D resource in rendered form. This is available because of the recent development on the differentiable rendering method. This allows us forward and backward propagation between 3D data and 2D rendered images. So our contribution in here is this is the first 3D to 2D watermarking method, which can encode your watermark into your 3D data and then decode it from rendered images. And the use of differentiable rendering make our method fully differentiable, so which enables to train the whole framework end to end with the different 3D distortions. Last, our decoder can decode the embedded message from non-differentiable renderers, and this can be further improved by fine-tuning. Now we will talk about our method. Our method has two inputs. One is mesh input, the other one is message input. Mesh contains 3D information plus texture. 3D information consists of vertices and indices. This two input goes into our encoder. Encoder has two different encoder inside. One is vertex encoder, and then the other one is texture encoder. Vertex encoder embed messages into the vertices, and then texture encoder embed the same message into the texture. So after this, the encoder, we have a watermarked mesh. And then we apply the distortions on the top of it, because in real application, there is a possibility someone who steals your 3D data, they can modify a little bit. So to cover this possible scenario, we apply some additional distortions. For in here, we put noise, cropping, or some scaling, rotation, and the other possible distortions in here. And then those distorted mesh goes to the differentiable renderer. The differentiable renderer, we accept two parameters. One is the camera parameter, and then the other one is the lighting parameters. The camera and lighting parameters are randomized during the training time, so to cover many possible cases, the different type of lighting rendering conditions, such as dark rendering, the lighting condition, or bright lighting conditions, or camera can be wide FOV or like less FOV in here. And then after that, we have rendered images. The image is sent to the image decoder, and the image decoder decodes the message bit from these images. So during the training time, we have two major loss. One is the input mesh and the watermarked mesh should be similar. The second loss is the output messages, and then input messages should be same. This is the two loss term we are using. For the architecture of the vertex encoder, we use the point net V1 and V2. And then to the texture encoder and then to the image decoder case, we use the hidden CNN-based network architecture. For dataset and experiment settings, we pre-process the modern Net40 dataset and made each mesh contains 5,000 vertices and 5,000 faces for training. However, we can accept any size mesh for the inference. Each vertex contains 3 positional elements, 3 normal elements, and 2 texture coordinates. ModernNet 40 dataset does not contain texture information, so we randomly allocate a texture for each mesh. During the training time, we use 128 by 128 resolution for the texture. And final rendered image has a 600 by 400 by 3 resolution. And we embedded randomly generated 1 to 48 bits for training. Now we are talking about the results. In this slide, we're showing that 3D shape changes are not so much, even by watermarking. In the left column, column A shows that the blue is mostly around maximum 2% of the vertex differences, and then the color theme goes to the red, then it goes to 10% changes. As we can see, most of the vertices has a blue, which is less than 2% of the vertex changes. We still can embed messages. And column B and C shows the rendered images of this mesh, and then you can see that the difference is not so much. Column D shows the difference map, which is actually 4 times magnified. As we can see, the difference is pretty minimum. More results about the rendered result is a column in this slide. Column A is not watermarked, and column B shows the watermarked meshes, and column C is 4 times magnified the difference map. As we can see, the difference map is pretty small. And then next slide, it shows the bit accuracy versus number of bits. We tested 3 possible cases. One is we put the messages into the mesh vertex only, and then mesh texture only, and then mesh vertex plus texture encoder together. In column A, vertex only cases, when we put 1 bit for the watermarking, we can see the accuracy is around 85%, which is pretty low, because 0.50% or 0.5 means it's a total random bit. So it's slightly better than the random. However, in column B, we can see that the texture encoder, when we're using 1 bit, it's nearly 99% accuracy, and then around 10 bits, it's still above 90%, which is pretty good. We can mostly recover the bits. However, we can see the blue area in here means the standard deviation, and we can see the standard deviation is pretty large. However, if we combine the mesh vertex and texture encoder together, then the accuracy is nearly same as column B. However, the standard deviation is much less than B, which is this is much more stable for training. Last result shows the different type of renderer and user studies. In the left side of the slide shows the watermarked and not watermarked comparison with the non-differentiable renderers, especially ray tracers. We still can retrieve some bits even without fine-tuning. However, after the fine-tuning, we can recover the bits much better. Right side, bottom right side of this slide shows the user study results. In the noise texture case and ray tracing rendered image cases, user says 74% and 78% says that 2 images are same, which means watermarked and not watermarked messages are same. This is pretty good because we are giving the 2 images side by side, which is pretty harsh condition. On the other hand, when we are using real texture, only 49% people says that 2 images are same. Still, there is a half of the time we are succeeding. Now we will show some short video demos. In this demo, top shows the not watermarked and bottom shows the watermarked video. As we can see, the number of bits changes over time. However, it's still above mostly 1, which means we can perfectly decoding the messages. We are testing 8-bit embedding 8 bits and decoding the 8 bits. and then accuracy of this video is mostly 1. And in here, the difference map, we can see that it is pretty small. And we also tested non-watermarked and watermarked with ray tracers. And ray tracing non-differentiable renderers still can decode messages. As a conclusion, we have some takeaway messages in here. So we studied in here the problem of the 3D to 2D watermarking for the first time, which is a key step for generalizing 3D watermarking usage. Our contribution includes the first end-to-end trainable model, resist to various 3D distortions. We also analyzed the efficiency of the different architectures and explored the performance of our framework. We also have some possible future work or some weaknesses too. So our decoder needs to be retrained for significantly different type of rendering techniques, such as cartoon rendering. In here, we assume that mostly using realistic rendering. Second, the robustness of the non-differentiable 3D distortions and making the decoder to be able to retrieve messages encoded by traditional encoder are worth to study. Thanks for listening this talk. And if you have any question, please send me an email, or you can check our paper for more details. Thank you.
네,
Please give him a big round of applause. He shared with us digital watermarking technologies used for protecting copyright. Thank you for the insightful presentation.
In this session, the first speaker will tell us a game-changing perspective. The speaker is visiting professor of Seoul National University, Hyun-sil An, and the topic of this session is evolution of the digital content industry. Please welcome the speaker with a big round of applause. I'm an economist. At first, I didn't understand why the Korea Copyright Commission invited me to this conference as a speaker, but thank you so much for having me. And Jin-Young Lee from Stanford, she asked us to summarize my presentation in one sentence, but I couldn't do it because my presentation slides are too long, so I apologize. I think it's my fault. The title of my presentation today is A Game-Changing Perspective, the Evolution of the Digital Content Industry. I heard this is an international conference, so I thought I should write my presentation in English, and the commission translated my slides into Korean. So I don't know which one is right, but once again, thank you so much for providing my presentation in both English and Korean. Let me begin my presentation. Maybe my presentation is a little bit off the point of the previous speakers and the next speakers, but I hope you enjoy my perspective. This is a book called Karl Marx, Capitalism. Some people say this changed the course of human history. Capitalism, socialism, and democracy. These topics were dealt by Schumpeter, and he presents a little different perspective from Karl Marx. But what's the difference between the two authors when they look at capitalism? This is my personal perspective. I think Karl Marx advocated a destructive creation, while Joseph Schumpeter argued creative destruction. These two are polar opposite. They are totally different from each other. We are talking about hyperscale AI. And if you are asked to decide whether hyperscale AI is a destructive creation or creative destruction, Which one will be your answer? As you can see here, over 50 years or up to 7 decades, you have been presented with this long cycle when it comes to capitalism. And this cycle was named after a Russian economist. Most economists do not buy this cycle, but no one can say for sure that this cycle is wrong and not correct. That is why this cycle has been cited among researchers and professors. Let's take a look at the tail. I think this is where we are positioned now. I think this is where we are witnessing hyperscale AI. That's my guess. Jinno Masafumi. He can be considered as a historic evangelist. He wrote a book called Game Changer in Japanese. I'm not sure whether it is translated into English. And he dealt with the birth of the humanity up until now. Especially he focused on game-changing events. Let's take a look at them. There are 10 game-changing events. And the commission translated the 10 principles into Korean, and I like them pretty much. Number 1 is once a game change happens, there's no turning back. Number 2, anyone who goes against the flow of history, whether it be an individual or a company, is lost without exception. Number 3, a new hegemonic power emerges between a game change and another game change. Number 4, emerging knowledge before the game change becomes common knowledge after the game change. Number 5, what is needed for game change is not invention itself, but commercialization and dissemination. That means you have to use it. Number 6, once something unprecedented succeeds, it becomes a precedent and results in a game change. Number 7 is interesting. There is emergence of new knowledge. Liberation of knowledge necessarily triggers game change. Number 8 is also interesting. A new wave that triggers a game change always happens on the frontier. The Commission translated the frontier into something advanced, but it is actually frontier. And number 9 is when a game change occurs, reactionary forces emerge. They refuse to understand or accept it, and artificially it tries to reverse it. Reactionary forces, when you hear that word, you may be reminded of communism. And number 10 is not the size of the event, but the unprecedented signs of it that triggers a game change. And something that is unfit, you may consider it as a noise, but it is important to have a signal to track or trace the noise. I'm telling you these 10 principles of game change because I want to share with you the game change cases that are next on the next slide. These are the historic game change cases presented by the author you saw on the previous slide. Number 1 was agriculture. I will give you time to read them. So let's pick what is related to content. That is number 4, paper and booklets, and number 9, printing and reformation. They brought knowledge liberation. And number 11, industrial revolution. And number 15, internet. Number 16, animation. And I said, and then, that means there is more. And the author didn't predict hyperscale AI. Hyperscale is a strong candidate for historic game change cases following internet and innovation. We are shifting from analog to digital, from generative AI to hyperscale AI. You already heard about them a lot from the previous speakers. This is a hypercurve introduced by Gartner. What is at the peak is hyper AI, and there is something called foundation model or LLM. So we are at the peak. Let's follow the curve. Once you reach the peak, you will go down and you will go through adjustment, and then you will go up again to be more productive. What is at the far right? Computer vision. If you have ever visited a smart factory, you can call it a vision smart factory. It is safe to call it smart vision factory. So we are on this hill. So adjustment has just started. And Professor Myung-Joo Kim said this curve, and he also told us about how long it took for ChatGPT's 1 million users to be achieved and gained. When the whole market is 100, there is a 2.5% of a maniac or enthusiasts. They are followed by early birds. If they are combined, they account for 60% of the market. And U.S. has a strength which encourages the country to test with this 16% of people in the market. If we talk about tests in the market, a country that is allowed to test with 16% of people is a negative country. And positive system refers to a system where about 80% of people are not allowed to be tested in the market freely. And this is related to diffusion theory. In regulation sandbox, it is often discussed in Korea in recent years, and how many users can be tested in Korea, even if we have a sandbox for regulation. I don't think it will be more than 1.6%. So there is this gap between Korea and other countries when it comes to user tests. Diffusion and dissemination determines game change. In other words, diffusion is most important. Some people call the era of AI infinite age of infinite creation. And we are witnessing new knowledge and emergence of new knowledge. Let's put aside an issue of copyright. This is an age of infinite digital content and infinite creation by AI. Economists have long used the terminology called the GPT, and the George Schumpeter, his students have used this terminology, and they saw the prime technologies of the human history as this equation. And the author called generative transformer, a GPT, and you will see many books are titled GPT. GPT stands for generative transformer, generative pre-trained transformer, and another GPT. The GPT we are talking about in recent days is general purpose technology. So even though the acronyms are the same, the two have different meanings. So as I showed you this graph on all your slide, there is this peak. If you look at capitalism is a function of a bubble. It's a necessary evil. So now is the time for real competition to happen. The winners and losers are divided in the adjustment phase. That's what's scary. We can read it from this hyperscale curve. So Gartner touched upon these two: internal innovation and external innovation created by generative AI. There's always headwinds against innovation. They can get in the way of innovation. And a headwind is like the reactionary force or a risk in math. And McKinsey produced excellent survey results. What are the risks of this in this age of hyperscale AI? You can rank them. Let's take a look at the top. Inaccuracy is the biggest risk, or it can be interpreted into high hallucination. It is followed by cybersecurity and intellectual property, which is the topic of this conference. Of course, there is a regulatory compliance. So what do you think of these words? Technology issues are topping the list. This means we are undergoing technological advancement. And the third thing, intellectual property infringement, regulatory compliance, they are related to legal issues. This is where we have to discuss more issues. So how should we address the gap between the reality and the laws and regulations? There are different types of economists. Evolutionary economists, they see economy into three different things. One is physical technology. In another space, they see is the social technology, which is laws and institutions. In these two spaces, we can add one more space, which is a space for entrepreneurs. When these three spaces are combined, a game change happens in this case, which is hyperscale AI. This is one of the perspectives I wanted to share with you in my presentation today. This is an article published by Wharton Business School. It's just a matter of degree that all companies are taking advantage of AI at a company-wide level, not at a local level. A to Z from a corporation cannot be free from AI. So companies are asked to go through a revolution, and corporations' cash cow or business models or competitive edge have been challenged because of AI, and even they have to accept cannibalization. Destroying your existing business model is easier said than done. Let's take a look at the failure and collapse of a giant label. We talked about science and diffusion, and events happen out of changes. You already heard about them on previous slides. When we were young, a label bought overseas was a great gift for someone in Korea. And Napster, it was nobody in the past. And there was a lawsuit for piracy regarding Napster. But there are many cases that you can see that this label cannot be a winner in the history, even though it can win a lawsuit. During the litigation, we saw the emergence of another big tech giant called Apple. It was totally unexpected. So a new hegemonic power emerged. This is what I want you to focus on. When we talk about hyperscale AI or generative AI, we always face and encounter theories that makes us scared. One is a tragedy of commons. And no one will create new work in the age of hyperscale AI, according to concerns of some people, and copyright will be infringed often, and originality will be disappear and destroyed. But economists look at this in a different way. There is a market for piracy, and there will be another real market for creative work. For companies, there is a market for generative AI and another market for real creativity. So what do corporations need to do? They have to segment the markets, but we end up thinking about only one market, only one rule, or only one copyright. Copyright was introduced about 300 years ago. But copyright has been segmented. Actually, copyright should be segmented to keep up with trends in recent years. So when we talk about digital content industrial policy, we should think about how we can address the gap between change and existing laws. Yes, what was pointed out by previous speakers, I agree with that. And copyright is a serious issue. Some people say it is an era of a copyright nightmare. Some people didn't want to discuss it openly. And the professor from Emory University School of Law, actually the professor made a good point. We don't use trained data when we learn. We use abstraction of data, and there is hallucination happening and inaccuracy happening. So that is inherently creating an issue of a copyright. So how do we handle it? If it is an exclusive copyright infringement, it is easy. But if we have to train the machine by admitting that it is a proprietary asset, it is easy. And the learning method will be federated method if copyright is protected and that is ensured. That's just my personal opinion. And I talked about the speed of change, especially of existing laws. There is a communist country, there is European Union. So the gap between reality and existing law, how do you address that? And some speaker previously talked about giving a grace period. That is one option, and we can let corporations have some internal regulations, and we cannot meet those internal regulations, and that will encourage companies to voluntarily compete against each other, and that is called norm at Google. We should do something. Changes are happening, and companies cannot just sit on their hands and do nothing. So they have to create norms, and the norms should be accepted by our society at the National Assembly, for example, in Korea. So what can the government do? The government, the society, and corporations, they should create social trust. There is some countries that can build this trust. Other countries, they will make their relevant laws and regulations stricter. So this is the fundamental question we need to ask. So which value chain does Korea want to be at? That's the question we need to ask right now. I think the word economics will be gone, and this is replaced by AI economics. So all prepositions and prerequisitions are breaking down. And productivity created by generative AI, do you think they can translate it into the existing definition of a productivity or growth rate? The way to calculate growth rates or productivity was created about 100 years ago in the US. So how do we integrate growth or productivity created by AI? If we don't interpret this right, it can distort exact prediction of growth rates or productivity. We are debating over hyperscale AI. The outcome will vary depending on individuals or countries. That's what's scary. So we don't know whether we will be at the front or we will be at the tail. Many Koreans read this book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right after the Asian financial crisis. And the book classifies dads into 4 types: employee, self-employed, business creator, investor. What are the first two dads? They earn money by working hard. What about the other 2? They employ other people to make a living. So is there any guarantee that there will be no gap between these types of debt? The same logic can be applied to countries, governments, and even families. So I wanted to ask this question: where does Korea want to be at in this value chain? I'm not going to go into detail. The balance between labor and leisure, let's talk about it. The rest, you can read it later. When Great Depression took place in the 1920s, an economist came forward and addressed the issue. And he wrote an essay for the grandchildren's generation. And he said in his essay, 100 years later, which is now, our grandchildren will have to work only 15 hours a week, 3 hours a day for 5 days a week. And there will be enough for them to make a living and prosper. Do you think we work less in this digital age? I think we are working more, twice more in this digital age. But this economist didn't predict we will have AI in the future. On my way home after work, I can ask AI to work for me. And when I wake up in the morning, I can check whether my work is done or AI got the job done. There is a labor-created content and leisure-created content. So we spend more time in leisure over time in labor. I think there will be explosion in content. So you often say art imitates reality, but I think the vice versa is true. Our life is trying to express something which is in the form of content. And we were told that human beings are social animals. But I think human beings are are lonely. So we are transitioning into an era, everything will change. As I wrote on the slide, I think this age I predicted is coming. It will arrive soon. We often talk about platform economy. We often think about big techs only. But let's say every individual in this room is a small tech. Small tech is very powerful. Let's imagine that every one of you has an AI agent for you. And big tech cannot beat AI agents. So your AI agent will negotiate and engage in transactions. And all the apps on your smartphone will be gone, according to some people, if we have an AI agent for everyone. And the economy will be in a different shape and form in the future. There is a high possibility that we will shift to protocol economy. And a new ecosystem will be created. So I suggested these ideas at the national level. Generally, let's imagine the future of the humanity. So what issues should we discuss? We will face a content-oriented capitalism, and that should be created in a way that will favor us. We don't want any capitalism form that presents authoritarianism. So what issues should we address? This is a task for us to carry out. We have been concerned about the collision between the US and China. And I want to tell you this fact. The collision between the US and China is declining. How much is the US GDP? 25 trillion. And if it is combined with GDP of China, it is about 43 trillion. Right after Second World War, the U.S. accounted for more than 50% of global GDP. The global population is 8 billion, and U.S. population is 340 million, and China's population is 9 billion. So the two countries' population combined is only 1.4 billion. Korean people have some complex inferiority when it comes to English. Let's say how many people in the world are speaking Chinese. Only 2.8 billion people around the world are speaking English every day. The rest of the global population is speaking more than hundreds of different languages. I'm telling you this statistic because the U.S.-China collision is only a part of phenomena we are witnessing in the world. Can you distinguish language from knowledge? Language and knowledge are part of our evolution. This is explosion of knowledge. This is explosion of content. I think digital content industry is one of the most promising industries in the world. Then how should we create the digital content industry? We have no choice but to think about division between human beings and AI. This is a very important issue. The content industry can be created by humans only or AI only. And AI can do specific jobs while humans can do other types of specific jobs. A Japanese professor wrote this idea recently. And the professor is witnessing generative AI's emergence. And he argued that we are shifting from science and technology to art. So this is his prediction. This is a very meaningful prediction. There is AI-driven content and human-driven content. I don't know what is the clear division between the two, but we have to think about the issue of authorship. So these issues will not be defined and dealt by the conventional definition of copyright. And the professor's name is Kunji. Margaret Fudan is a cognition researcher. And she divided this creation in the age of AI. One is a combinatorial creation like never before, and the other is exploratory creation by expanding search space. And you are seeing three different things on the slide. They may look different, and I think number 3 is most important. But the problem is whether we are trained to accept number 3. Can we evolve into accepting number 3? And I found Ms. Fauden's idea very interesting. I'm going to skip the next slide because I already described that on previous slides. What I think will be next game changes. I'd like to talk about text-based content. We used to rely on text to create content. It was a linear content creation. And then there was followed by video or animation. YouTube was in wide use, or multimodal platform was in wide use. So we are, I believe, reaching the peak of multimodal platforms. And we will encounter techno-image era. This is not my argument. This was argued by Mr. Flosser. Actually, he died in the 1990s. In his book, he argued that techno-imagination era will come. So hyperscale AI era will be followed by techno-imagination, according to this author. And he emphasized this word, literacy. Once we can ensure literacy, we can usher in techno-imagination era. This is a very difficult idea, so I couldn't fully understand the idea. So next game change will be in the form of techno imagination. Is content everything? You can read the text on the slide. This is the conclusion. I've talked about evolution of digital content at the national level. That is why I told you the history of game change cases. Anthropologists say real advancement is about accepting diverse perspective. Not just only one perspective. Accepting diverse perspectives is real advancement. So the future we want is not where only a single individual or single company dominates the world. It is a world where diversity is accepted. Thank you very much, Professor Hyunsil An. He told us about the history of game-changing cases, and he presented a specific perspective. Thank you so much.
We will move on to the second presentation. From Viv Studio, the CEO Kim Se-kyun will make the next presentation on new era of content creation in generative AI. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Se-kyun from Viv Studio. Nice to meet you all. So I heard all your presentations well, and the technologies presented by the previous speakers are actually being applied to our content business. Our company is called Viv Studio, which is very good at immersive content generation. First of all, I would like to briefly introduce our company along with our technologies and businesses. We were founded 20 years ago. We began with the name of CGI company, and now we are developing various AI content and technologies. 8 years ago, a company consisting of 40 employees was acquired by Facebook for $2 trillion. That company's name is Oculus. And I was trying to seize the right opportunity. I saw that the startup with 40 employees was acquired by such a big company, and that gave a great influence on the other startups and all companies involved in VR businesses. And I wanted to create a studio like Marvel Studio. So on the right side, you see Bolt, which is a digital human we created. We created VR attraction, which was launched in global markets. And for 3 consecutive years, we received the grand prize. And we also worked as a subsidiary of Disney in the past. And we created the largest scale VR theme park as well. We have created VR dedicated theater as well. And we connected the building infrastructure with the simulators. Even without visiting the theme park directly, you can experience what it is like to be a theme park in our Vive studio. And we thought that we are going to make a big hit, and we invested a lot in this studio. And we saw that the break-even point will be reached in just 2 to 3 months, but the result is that we failed in our business and we had a lot of debt. And I thought that I cannot get out of this difficulties, and I was so negative about the situation. But in 2020, many of you have watched. There was a 6-year-old child who died of a blood cancer. Her name is Nayeon, and we restored her digital human image as virtual human, and we let her mother meet with the digital human version of her passed away daughter in a broadcasting station, and that content was interviewed by BBC and many other global broadcasting stations. And since then, we became very famous. Since then, we received a lot of investment from many investors, and now we are working on virtual production solutions and virtual human solutions, which is often called visual AI. I think that we are the #1 company in this domain in Asia, and we are one of the top-tier companies in terms of this technology. Our current status: we have 21 original IP. We have 48 patents filed in Korea and in foreign countries. For 1 year, last year, the patents were applied by our company, and our competitor is Lucasfilm. The Disney is our competitor. Virtual production and virtual human production is the area where we have the large number of patents. In this area, our competitor is Disney. You can see here that we are a uniquely competitive company, and we are also engaging with potentially unicorn business. Next summer, we will go through IPO. We have 220 employees. 20% of them are researchers. 40% of them are XR researchers, and the others are researching on visual and voice AR areas. If you visit Gwangju Gunjiam, you can see our LED wall virtual production studio. This is the second largest virtual production studio in Korea. Other studios use foreign solutions, but we have our own in-house developed VR production content. Before moving on to my presentation, I'm going to show you what we did.
엄마! 엄마 어디 있었어?
한 번만 만져보자.
As you saw from the video, you might remember what that video was about. So there have been changes that happened in our business. I am X generation. I experienced both offline and online worlds. So we saw the advancement of the internet, the mobile technology, and so on. And the last one I showed you is Vision Pro. We call this XR device. Once XR device is launched to the world, then many things will be changed in this world. And as for metaverse, I talked about VR experience. Many companies invested in VR in the past, but VR businesses have mostly failed, and many companies of VR almost went bankrupt, and they needed a breakthrough. And one of such breakthroughs is metaverse, I personally think. And we're going to talk about XR. XR is a new type of head mount device. The XR market reached 24.5 trillion Korean won, and its market value will reach 129 trillion Korean won by 2026, according to the researchers. The researchers might be correct or not in their prediction. This prediction was made when Apple has not yet released its Vision Pro. So I think this XR market size will grow further, higher than what is shown here. Our company is one of the companies that seriously engaged in XR and VR businesses and experienced very severe failure. And through the project of creating a digital human of a passed away daughter, since that project was conducted, we revived our company's businesses again. And we have all the employees who have been working with me from the very beginning of our company's foundation. Meta is a great company, but I think Apple is really going to make a change in this market. Because this is not just a business that can be done by an internet company, it also requires manufacturing capacity. 40 years ago, Apple achieved the greater penetration of computers, and then Apple successfully launched smartphones, and with iPhone, Apple changed the experience of the users totally. Apple has experience both in hardware and software and insight into consumers. Apple said, what we are doing is not just VR XR device, but special computing. So by the first half of next year, Apple will release from 500,000 to 600,000 Vision Pros. I guess all of them will be completely sold out. The AR glasses were supposed to be transparent and lightweight. In 5 years from now on, they will be able to release Vision Pro at the size of eyeglasses. XR technologies are being used in many different domains. And I'm going to talk about what we are doing by showing you the video. We are doing three things: VIT, virtual production solution, and digital twin, and AI-based virtual human production, copying the reality into virtual reality and making improvement. This is what we do. And we need two things. Game engine is dominating this industry. We need game engine experts, artists, and AI developers, and the relevant technologies are essential factors we need to have. If we have all these factors, we can advance into any industry and acquire unique competitiveness. So have you heard of virtual production? Could you answer my question? Some of you might know about this, some others do not know. Even without going to direct location, you can shoot a film in this virtual production environment based on the use of LED wall. 3 to 4 years ago, a film director named John Pablo, who produced the Iron Man in the US, he has such a progressive mind. In Disney Plus, the Mandalorian, the spin-off of Star Wars, is being run, and he produced that content through virtual production, and the making film was disclosed, and the basic technology is VR. VR equipment and HDD were used, and they advanced the relevant technologies. All studios and producers are following this LED-based virtual production method. There are about 500 such virtual production studios across the world. Because they use micro LED, and bringing the micro LED to studio cost a lot of money, but mass production of the LED became possible through Chinese manufacturers, and there was support for the industry along with infrastructure being established centered around the game industry. This is the content we produced in our studio, 100% LED virtual production.
언리얼 엔진 본사하고
Together with the headquarters of Onion Range, we have an alliance, a virtual production studio. We had a forum in our company, and we discussed two scenes. This is one of those scenes. the VP head of Onion Range actually hailed our production capability. So the virtual production market will reach this level. I often proceed with IR events, and so this is the level of market growth we expect just for B2B, including films, broadcasting, programs. We expect the virtual production market will increase, and B2C is one of the areas where we see great potential. Creators, film producers, and broadcasting stations can make more use of virtual production. So the market size for virtual production will grow even higher than the figures you see on the slide. By using the VR solutions, we conducted various experiments, and next year we will launch official enhanced versions of virtual production. This is our digital twin technology. We used LiDAR's scanner. We apply this to game engine. So we are proceeding with various projects.
저희 방산 사업도 하거든요.
We are also participating in the national defense industry. If they want to make an unmanned AI drone, they need to simulate the model. They need a simulation model. So our technology is used for simulating unmanned AI drone. So we have great potential to work in various domains. Usually I need 1 hour to make a very entertaining presentation. I wish I had more time for presentation. This is how our system is composed.
Solutions made by artists. For artists. VIT is a virtual production environment where every single piece of equipment is connected.
저희 스튜디오입니다.
This is our studio.
Can be created faster.
여기에
So this is where we use AI technology.
Powerful enough for everyone. Create a wide variety of effects quickly and simply in real time. Change your filming location in an instant.
제가 말로
Due to time constraint, I would like to explain about this myself. We created VIT solution for users, including artists, and for R&D experts. We have a good organization in harmony among R&D employees and artists. Beginning with media server, we applied XR technology. So we expanded our LED walls. I wanted to show the live content at the quality of a film or drama. So we created VIT solution and we received support from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Many core technologies are applied, including auto calibration. We have to achieve synchronization between the reality and the virtual reality. That requires this lens, and we need high resolution LED. Although it depends on the budget of the company, various technologies are being applied, including both software and AI technologies. This is comparison between foreign solutions and our solutions. We are making improvement in all of our solutions to achieve user-oriented solutions. Next one is people, our virtual human, that was produced through our generative AI technology.
저희 그 도산
We have an office in Busan, and our R&D center is also there. You can see how a person's face is changed on a real-time basis.
저희는 이미지 생성
1 year ago, we developed the image generation models already. We are thinking about how to commercialize this service. From next year, you'll be able to see how our technologies are being applied to various applications and services. My English name is Stan. Have you heard of Neom City? That is a project that is worth 1,300 trillion Korean won. Through the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, we have joined that project to construct Neom City of Saudi Arabia. One of the project elements is to create a global entertainment hub. So the relevant video image is uploaded to the YouTube. So we thought that we want to provide not just solutions, but also other things. We offer consultings and we also establish the relevant infrastructure as well. And we are joining. We have participated in the Neom City project. There's a POC complex in Neom City. We went there and had a meeting. In July, the executives from Neom City visited Korea and 8 companies made a presentation, and one of the companies were our company, and we demonstrated our technology. And the executives from Saudi Arabia were not using translators, so they asked us to make presentation in English without interpreters. We wanted to show something splendid to the guest from Saudi Arabia, so we used AI cloning technology and text-to-speech technology. So we created Neostin and had it make a presentation in English. I'll show you that video.
Hello, I am virtual human Neo Stanley, created by Stanley Kim.
이거는 텍스트를
I am
스크립트를
currently in
입력하면
If you enter text, it right away generates image and speech.
multiple times, And it's a pity I can't experience it with all of you. I'm here at the studio to discuss today's topic. You can see that I can manipulate time and space according to my desires. With this advantage, I can appear on screens or in virtual areas seen in movies, dramas, and other visual mediums. I can even replicate real actors' realistic movements and expressions using motion capture technology. I can handle a 24-hour full schedule anytime, leading to cost savings. Another advantage is that I can maintain a character's beauty indefinitely and adjust their age, whether to make them look younger or older. Furthermore, as an AI clone-based virtual human, I can engage with users and interact within the social VR community, which is already familiar to the digital native Z Alpha generations. The augmented reality entertainment industry is expected to accelerate as more people start using XR devices. If that happens, the following presentation might not be on a screen but on this stage, allowing you to experience my presentation more vividly. Also, I won't need to attend English classes. I can speak multiple languages by combining AI clone technology and text-to-speech technology. Hi, my name is Neo Stanley. Konnichiwa, Neo Stanley desu. Hallo, mein Name ist Neo Stanley. Bonjour, je m'appelle Neo Stanley. I can simultaneously broadcast in various languages and implement different voices and facial features according to different countries. With just a single image, I can easily and freely transform faces. Unlike the weeks or months required for 3D modeling, this face swap happens in real time and allows for various performances. Creating virtual humans involves the application of AI clones, TTS, face swap, and re-aging technologies. It's built upon generative AI methods. The market size for virtual human influencers is expected to reach nearly $10 billion by 2025, a growth of 7 times compared to 2020. Therefore, by 2025, the virtual human influencer market is anticipated to surpass the traditional human influencer market. Furthermore, the virtual human market is projected to reach nearly $353 billion by 2024, almost 50 times 2019. By 2030, it's estimated to become a $510 billion market. This concept can expand not only into broadcasting and movies, but also into games, entertainment, news, and services, leveraging the unique IPs of virtual humans. Virtual humans can be utilized in XR, AR concerts and live performances, offering live events anywhere. If popularity grows and fandom builds, it could extend to a business model involving digital collectibles and personal virtual human ownership. The virtual human market is continuously increasing, and I believe that the day we can easily experience it in our daily lives is approaching. The next time I stand before you, I expect to give a tangible presentation on this stage rather than a screen, passing the microphone to the real Stanley in the physical world.
이쪽인데. 정확히 얘기하면 이거는 영상에
Precisely speaking, this image has a technology from PTS, which is combined with the video that we produced. So this digital human is making money on behalf of me. YouTubers or creators will be able to use this kind of technologies as a package service. In some sense, it is somewhat frightening to imagine the kind of future where AI writes down all the scriptures and only 20% of the scriptures are revised by human artists. And quantum computing is soon going to evolve at a higher level. Then in the future, Usually, for now, it takes 2 to 3 years to produce a film, but in the very future, it will take only 1 day to produce a film. So the concept of occupation will become totally different from what we think now. So I think we need to take this seriously and be prepared for the totally different future. Now, there are many experts in the area of copyright, so I am humbled to stay here. While conducting R&D activities and creating a service model, we experienced some copyright issues. And we also have legal advisors. We do not create large model, but we are focusing on developing service models. Because we cannot compete against a company that runs 80,000 GPUs. When internet appeared and many search engines appeared in the past, we experienced challenges, and the similar things will happen. If we have our own competitive edge in service models, we could become the next Google for the future. From next year, we will be able to show you what we have been developing. In order to create a model, Stable Diffusion and many generative AI companies are doing many things. In order to create an animation-like image, there are companies that disclose their animation models, but I cannot trust them 100% because I cannot trust if they solved all the copyright issues or not. But fortunately, the kind of models that we want can be secured through our cooperation with our partners. We can outsource our partners to create a model themselves without using other copyrighted works, then we will not be in any trouble related to copyright.
보여드렸던 이 모든
So, all these things can be combined into a business. Once we achieve this vision, then we will become a company that moves beyond the level of Disney or Next Asia's digital Disney. Thank you very much for your presentation. He shared with us how the future content environment is being shaped. We have high expectation for the content that your company is going to generate. Thank you very much for your presentation.
The next speaker is Professor Jin-Young Lee from Stanford University. The topic she's going to discuss is creating a brain digital twin. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. I've never been to a copyright conference before. I learned a lot, and I'm really enjoying this conference. Today, the topic I'm going to discuss is about my business. You've just heard what it will take to create different digital content, and you heard about digital twin. In my business, we are creating digital twin of the brain. As I said earlier, I've never been to a copyright conference before, but about 2 weeks ago, I went to a gathering where people discuss what impact AI will have in our society. In healthcare, AI has become very influential, and these gatherings show that AI has brought a lot of game-changing cases. We are envisioning the future in this conference, specifically future brought by AI. And I personally thought AI is capable and it will be more powerful. And in many areas, we are advancing and developing technologies. Technologies are technologies, and it is a human's choice when it comes to how to use the technologies. And humans are required to make a choice when developing technologies. So our choice will matter. You can see this from a movie. There is a difference between a good protagonist and a villain. What sets them apart, what sets a good person from a villain, is the choice he makes. Not only in the era of digital, but in the era of AI, things are changing fast. And we are living in this game-changing era, and people are thinking about how to become a rich dad. And it is very important to have the right worldview when making a decision. The number one worldview is to become beneficial to the humanity. So I'm talking about AI in this copyright conference. And I'd like to say we have to develop a technology that is beneficial to human beings. I'm an electrical engineer. And computational power has been developed by the domain of electric engineer. My grandmother had a stroke, and he suffered for quite long, and that made me change. That made me change my career path. As Professor Hyun-sil An said, he actually told us about game changes. There is no breakthrough in treatment to brain diseases and conditions. Actually, we are living in an era where there is no cure to brain diseases. There is no right way in learning. I think the same theory can be applied to brain condition research. If you want to pick up fruit, you have to create a machine that can help you reach fruits hanging high. To change the landscape of brain condition, there have many attempts. And I received support from the Ministry of Health in the US. My lab is located in Stanford. And this is the building where my lab is located. You can see it on the left-hand side. And neuroscience is also home to one of our labs. My work borders around different domains. So I'm belonging to 4 different departments, so I have many bosses. This is the building where my lab is located. To facilitate my research, I wanted to have this machine, and it took 10 years for me to have this. And I have been working on my research with the help of this machine. Let me briefly tell you my research. As the title of my presentation says, we are creating digital twin of the brain. All brain conditions, all types of brain conditions are increasing fast. Yes, AI has changed a lot of things, but once you are diagnosed with a brain condition, there's nothing you can do. And brain diseases are growing fast, and neurodegenerative diseases such as dementia are growing fast, and neurodevelopmental diseases that are diseases witnesses at an early development phase are increasing fast, and infectious diseases are growing fast as well. Once you are diagnosed with a brain condition, everything is done. You cannot picture a brighter future for you. There's nothing you can do even with the help of AI. You will lose your memory as well. The number of patients with brain diseases is increasing and reaching 1 billion around the world, and it costs $1 trillion in the US alone. This is not about treatment, this is about cure. So brain diseases will disable you. The healthcare costs are supported by the government. Actually, governments around the world. So it's not a problem that should be dealt at the corporate level or individual level. So many governments around the world made a huge investment. I'm not saying those investments are not effective. What I'm saying is despite those investments, we are not seeing a game change in this domain. As I showed you the curve is going up sharply. There are no technologies in place for now that can have an impact on the curve. So the pharmaceutical industry has made huge investments in creating medicine. It takes about more than 1 trillion to develop a new drug. But those new drugs failed. And last year and this year, 2 different drugs were approved by the FDA. That doesn't mean that they will be effective to cure of brain diseases. And those drugs and medicine will be used to get rid of bulk of proteins in your brain. So patients at the early age of brain diseases were gathered to be tested for this new drug, but there are also counter effects of this new drug. So that should be what we have to be careful about. And digital therapy is about changing your lifestyle or habits. Having a disease in your brain is a serious problem. There is almost no possibility that digital therapy will give new hope. In electroceutical is an approach where you can directly stimulate brain circuits, and this was created by Elon Musk. So you put electrical nodes into your brain. And this method can be applied to patients with Parkinson's disease or epilepsy. Once it is effective, those patients can stop shaking. But the current approach doesn't offer clear answers. They are just trying this method. But the problem here is that people don't understand why this doesn't work and what they should change in the design. It's the same as just hitting a broken machine, and clinical trial of this approach will take $500 million, and no one can say for sure that this will be effective for patients with brain diseases. So there is no cure to brain conditions. I think it is because our goal was not set right. What do we need to restore brain function? You have been thinking about copyright only throughout the day. So your brain function has deteriorated, I guess. You have to measure your brain function to restore your brain function. So this is a scale. To control your weight, you have to measure your weight, and you have to put on the scale to measure your weight. So this is the only way to measure your brain function. So this is a survey or questionnaire. There are check boxes. Let's say your digital device is broken. And it's like you are communicating with a broken digital device to fix it. So to change the game, what do we need? My idea was digital twin. Digital twin in a general term is different from digital twin in the brain disease domain. To create a digital twin of this space, you have to know everything about this place. But we don't know how the brain works. So digital twin that I'm referring to here is to identify and find out how the brain works. So I have to create something. It's not creating something from the scratch. It's about measuring what is happening in the brain. And based on that, I can create a digital twin of the brain. And they will tell us how the brain works and help us diagnose brain diseases more easily. That's what I studied for more than 15 years. I spent my career solely on this research area. So I've studied how the brain circuit works, and I succeeded. I successfully developed this approach, and I created a digital twin of the brain. So my lab can replicate the brain, which I call digital twin of the brain. In your brain, there are billions of neurons in you. It takes several months to measure what is happening between the neurons. And it is more difficult to do this on human brain than doing it on lab animals. So we can do this experiment digitally. I'm not saying we can deal with all the possible scenarios, but at least we can make replication of the brain. They will tell us which therapeutic method should be used to predict which brain diseases. The next step was to find out how proteins in your brain move around in your brain. And this can be an area where AI can be used. We created an experiment and we did data processing, and based on the data processing, we came up with a theory to identify how protein is moving around in the brain. And we developed modeling, and protein balls were measured like this, and protein decreased where brain activity increases, and vice versa. And this was new discovery, and this new technology helped us find that out. So with this technology, we can replicate a specific function of the brain, and that will help us predict how that area of the brain works. And that will let us use certain treatment to that specific area. Furthermore, let's say there is a leftover of a protein in your brains you don't want to have. And we can also figure out the relationship between the leftover and other neurons. And genetic expression can be also understood by this technology. The reason we developed this technology is we didn't want to be helpless when it comes to brain diseases. We want to control brain diseases and conditions. That's the motivation for me to develop this technology. To use this for patients, it takes more than writing a thesis. That is why I founded ELVIS. It stands for Live Visualization of a Brain Circuits. ELVIS created a solution called NeuroMatch. It is a platform to create It is about understanding communication within your brain, and the ultimate goal here is to stay healthy, to help make your brain stay healthy. I had an interview of a job seeker, and I asked him if he knows what my company is doing, and the interviewee said he understands my company is creating GPS within the brain. So it's not that we don't understand what is going on in our brain anymore. We are trying to navigate through our brain. So AI is basically used, but that's not the primary technology. AI will help us move from manual process to automatic process, and basically it provides network. Basically, it is us. And NeuroMatch we develop that provides necessary information. So as I said, there's no cure for brain diseases, but brain diseases are increasing exponentially, and it takes you have to wait more than a year to see a doctor and be diagnosed with your brain disease. So to tackle this, to help people have easier access to diagnosis tool, we created this web-based tool. Let's say there is a patient in a remote area. This patient can have access to this web-based tool and can make informed decisions. So information in your brain can be networked and used for digital twin for your brain, of your brain. We can create and develop a new treatment approach. That's the design of NeuroMatch. Stanford has a startup accelerator programs, and ELVIS was supported by the startup programs about 5 years ago. We thought we may be able to use this approach for patients. So this has been a long journey. Now we have patient data, and this is a screenshot of NeuroMatch, and it shows which area went wrong, and this will help doctors diagnose the disease more easily. And it also offers information and data that were not available before. And we heard about game change of AI. Without a game change, we cannot imagine a brighter future. So by using the digital twin technology, we can tackle these problems, and my company is trying to contribute to tackling those issues. And we are working on epilepsy, Alzheimer's, sleeping disorder, on Parkinson's disease, and autism. Starting in the end of this year, we will apply our tests, and we have this plan for each year. When iPhones were not available, it was difficult to collect information and compile them. But my platform, I'm sure, will help that to be processed much easier. So this is a copyright conference. My topic is a healthcare domain. The copyright is highly regulated, and my domain of healthcare is also highly regulated. And AI and content in the medical domain, the regulations in this domain are very strict. Once again, my company, Elvis, is located in Palo Alto, and we have a branch office in Daegu. And there is another branch office that has developed therapies. So Elvis' primary goal is to change the pessimistic future of brain diseases, and we are targeting to process data fast. Because that will be very important to survival of the humanity. 7% of the global GDP will be spent on managing Alzheimer. We are still spending so much money, but the output is not good enough. And these technologies can be used by healthcare providers, and the cost will be paid by insurance companies. And these technologies can help save money. And we heard a lot of models managing data. So we don't have enough data to manage brain diseases. There's no organized system. So there is so many things that we don't know. So NeuroMatch, our technology, will enable us to create a future where individuals can be more active at staying healthy.
정도의 상황에서 클리닉이나
Even at clinics and private hospitals, brain information will be shared and used. Doctors and nurses and technologists and technicians have meetings to share more data and information, and this technology will be conducive to facilitating the meetings, and this will help strategize their visions, and this will also be helpful to administration. It will also be helpful to save money at insurance companies. So how should we use digital twin to tackle brain diseases facing the humanity? I said I prefer to create a machine of picking apples. Once you understand how your brain works, you will be able to understand how AI can be helpful. AI sounds attractive because it helps us do what is not possible before. Extensive computing resources are used for AI computing. With that resource available to my brain, I think I can do more. Human intelligence is designed to minimize energy consumption. I think general AI will not be realized. We have used computing resources to believe that we will be able to treat brain conditions and diseases. Now we are trying to understand the algorithm used to make the brain work. I think someday we can create an AI that is more accessible to the humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for introducing the new innovative technology. Once again, please give Professor Jin Young Lee a big round of applause.
Now we have the last presentation waiting for us. From ICOTEC, Ms. Ruby Wang will make presentation on generative AI avatar. Let us have a look at the video.
Is a digital assistant representing ICOTEC. It is an honor to speak at the International Copyright Technology Conference 2023. Today, we are thrilled to share our experiences and insights in the realm of innovative AI technology to empower copyrights. I would like to extend a warm welcome to my colleague, Ruby, who will be presenting next.
Yeah, thank you, Liz, and hello everyone. I'm Ruby, a creative product lead from the ICOTEC team. It's a pleasure to be here speaking on behalf of ICOTEC. But firstly, I would like to quickly introduce ICOTEC and myself a little bit. So ICOTEC is an AI company founded in London in 2015, dedicated to multimodal AI and low-resource speech solutions. We have delivered solutions integrating generative AI and digital avatar to many leading global companies in different industries. Since 2019, ICOTEC has been delivering service to clients in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, standing as the best provider of Arabic AI solutions worldwide. And here we have some key partners on the right-hand side. You can see Neum, ADGM, Roshim. Notably, ICOTEC is also an award-winning company with many international awards, such as 4CES Award and the London Business Award. And recently, we even got selected by the Dubai Future Program. And we have started developing solutions with different Dubai government entities. Regarding me, I joined ICOTEC a year ago and have been working on a diverse range of projects with clients such as ADGM and Roshim. Currently, I'm also engaged in a collaboration with Dubai Future. Throughout this experience, my team and I have crafted and tailor-made AI solutions, starting from the scratch to fulfill unique client requirements. Drawing from the knowledge and insights from these ventures, I would like to share some valuable perspectives on how AI transforms copyright materials. Today's theme is empowering copyright, generative AI avatars leading the transformation in the digital age. And the presentation will be divided into three main parts. So we will begin by examining some key challenges in copyright. In the second part, I will talk about the approach for resolving these issues, focusing on the generative AI avatar solution. And to provide a more comprehensive understanding, I will elaborate on the solution and the technology using ICOTEC as an example. And eventually, I will conclude by introducing ICOTEC's advantage in this area. So let's get started. First, I wonder if anyone of you have ever heard about ABBA. So you may be probably familiar with one of their famous songs, for example, Dancing Queen. So ABBA is actually a Swedish pop super group from in Stockholm in 1972. Although they have stepped back from the limelight for a period, they've now released a new album after 40 years. And yes, they were now transformed into digital avatar as the image show and already returned to the stage. So everyone now in London actually can go to their concerts. You can see their posters in the underground. It's like we are witnessing the future, a future that the artistic life of musicians can be extended through this kind of technology, virtualization. And likewise, there are more valuable intellectual properties that hold the same potential as you can see on the right-hand side. And however, most of them remain inaccessible to a broader audience because of the time and other factors like a cost, geography limitations. All these create the barriers that prevent people from accessing them. And for example, the fading recognition of even a name as iconic as Michael Jackson, right? And at the same time, these intellectual properties that do not incorporate different forms of media, like today we have not only text, image, but also audio, video, and those are not multilingual, will find it really difficult to attract and retain the interest of the audience. But fortunately, we can learn from ABBA's experience. We can bring the old artists with physical limitations come back to the stage, and the young artists can perform what cannot be done with their real body, and even the diseased people or the artists can return to the world again. So how can we unlock the full potential of this intellectual property and generate revenue once again? Let's first look at this video.
Hello?
Hello. I was daydreaming about what it would be like to have a body.
What's your name?
They call me Albert Einstein. It's good to meet you.
How old are you?
He died at the age of 76.
Okay, 76 years. You must have known this man, right? Yes, he's Einstein, and it's truly surprising that we can engage with him today again. And yes, he has been transformed into an avatar, and now users can be able to communicate with him in the real time. And yeah, this so-called generative AI avatar represents a revolutionary approach to create and distribute copyrighted material, and then these materials can interact with the audience in different ways. So the generative AI avatar combines the power of AI with a visual representation to create a more engaging and interactive experience for audience. And the generative part actually means that the avatar isn't just replaying the pre-programmed response. Instead, it can generate the new response based on the text, context, and the information it receives. So this makes the interaction feel more natural and dynamic, like you're having the conversation with a real person. And generally, the commercial scenarios for this generative AI avatar can be divided into two big categories. So one is customer facing, and the other one is corporate facing. So after this intellectual property transformed into the digital avatar, they can be applied to sales marketing, customer service, and IoT, smart hub, these kinds of customer-facing use cases. And in the corporate-facing use cases, we can consider something like the training assistant, IT assistant, and HR assistant. So they can provide the assistance and improve the overall operational efficiency inside the organization. So we all believe that the IP's impact can be significantly upgraded with this kind of a solution. But to start, we will need to create a lifelike visual virtual face and the body for them. So the avatar version of them can bring a more human touch to the audience, bridging the gap between technology and humanity. Furthermore, this can contribute to the visual appeal, so they can serve as an interface that simplifies even the most complex information. And by personalizing the engagements, we show our audience that we are not just keeping up with the time, but actively leading the way into a more user-centric future. So how does Emotech create avatars? Well, Emotech combines a multimodal solution and the 3D solution to make the avatar more impactful and attractive. So put it simply, we support flexible input and output models, not only like text, but we also support like speech and video, allowing us to cater to diverse user preference and needs. We also utilize 3D solution to create the avatar with a 360-degree view. So this ensures a more immersive environment than 2D solution. And it allows any customization and the modification without additional training. So just like the video here, I'm gonna play this. Yeah, we can see it's super convenient when you would like to change the background, the lighting, or the hairstyle of the avatar, etc. The next, after we create the avatar, we can now think about the applications to face different scenarios. So imagine your intellectual property come to life as a speaker in the video, engaging your audience with a personalized touch, from storytelling to social media interactions, and also like long tail advertising. And all this can be communicated in different languages. And we are able to reduce the production time in the process, allowing for a quicker turnaround and a greater agility in content creation. So let's quickly take a look at this demo and you can get the idea.
So if you're looking for a way to take your communication and marketing efforts to the next level, consider using a digital avatar like myself. We are confident that we can help you achieve your goals, save you time and money, and make a lasting impression on your target audience.
Yeah, and for this solution, Emotech has developed a platform for generating this kind of video of avatars, and everything can be tailor-made on this platform actually. So first, you can choose whatever language you want. We support over 20 languages, and this includes like global languages such as English, French, Spanish, and Korean, and Arabic. But what's truly impressive is our low resource model. So with this model, we can use only 20 hours of language data that adapt to a totally new language, which is pretty efficient. And secondly, we can generate the video in almost real time. We have transformed the traditional 70-minute video generation process into something like now can be done in less than 1 second. And the Emotech Sync AI ensures a lifelike interaction for the avatar. And we just need a text file or the audio file and the corresponding speech, facial expression, and even body movement can be generated. And this technology can also be applied to any kind of cartoon characters. And we also support API. And the avatar can emphasize the words and the prosody like a human, like the for example, the pause between each sentence, and we can do voice cloning as per the requirement. So let's do a very quick quiz. Let's first listen to these two audios and please guess which one is synthetic and which one is the voice of the real human.
All students can go to their classrooms now. One day, beautiful new dresses arrived at the house.
Okay, so yeah, actually it's quite hard to tell which one is real one, which one is synthetic one, and actually the answer is the last one is synthetic. As it's extremely like similar to the real human voice, we can't even tell it, and this also demonstrates like Imhotech's expertise in creating children's voice, which is thought to be very difficult to do in the industry. Now let's turn our attention to a powerful tool that can revolutionize sales and business development, which is an AI chatbot. So whether it's sales materials or the extractional content, all these materials can be uploaded and the AI will learn from them. Then we can bring your IP, like your IP transformed into an avatar, and then your avatar can representing your brand voice and values, then providing immediate relevant information to your audience on this chatbot. And this chatbot offers definitely 24 hours, 7 days availability and multilingual support. But even more, you can gain deep insights into the effectiveness of your content. So we will provide the key analytics and the invaluable feedback. Then you will know how to enhance your materials for later, like even greater impact. And here we also have a demo video to provide you with a better understanding of this solution. Yeah, so we choose one of the most well-known K-pop groups in Korea, which is BTS company, their website as an example. And yeah, we now uploaded this, and you will quickly get a chatbot generated. And then now you can ask any question, and the avatar can answer any of your questions now. Okay, great.
So if you're looking for a way to take your communication and mark.
So Imhotech revolutionized the development with which called no-code approach, which means our generative AI empowers people who have no coding background can easily create this kind of conversational experience for users. And we also consider the flexibility in data handling and the elimination of complex data collection. So unlike many other chatbot solutions, ours doesn't require data gathering efforts. And finally, the security is very important. That's why we offer the flexibility of on-premise deployment. So this ensures that your sensitive information remains in your hand where it belongs. And the last one, let's explore the interactive generative AI avatar. So this is a tool designed to facilitate seamless interactions. So you can engage with the avatar, your IP in real time, and you will get the instant response to queries, ensuring an efficient exchange of the information. And we can experience the power of real-time updating. So which means the information provided by the avatar is actually always current and accurate. We have no need to do it manually. And the multilingual support also ensures the accessibility for a global audience, expand your global reach. So yeah, let's have a look at this demo.
Hello.
Hello. How can I assist you today?
I'm going to Dubai with my family. Can you recommend 3 places to visit?
Sure, you may want to visit the Burj Khalifa, Dubai Mall, and the Dubai Miracle Garden with your family.
Great, thanks. Do you have any recommended local food restaurants in Dubai?
Okay, yeah, so For this solution, text-to-speech and speech-to-text capabilities are essential, and we are proud to say that we are one of the best providers in the world. Like for example, as you see in the right hand, in Arabic, our speech-to-text performance surpassed other leading players in the world by 30%, and meanwhile, English is also on the top tier. Regarding the text-to-speech, our Saudi Arabian text-to-speech reached an impressive accuracy of 93%, also surpassing the competition. And when integrated with the avatar, the large language model forms the core of the solution. So the avatar uses the language models capability to generate a response in real time. This means that the avatar can produce new and relevant content based on the input it receives from the users. So this is what makes the avatar feel more human-like and adaptable. And we talked about so many scenarios for applying intellectual properties as avatars. So what can we exactly expect from the solutions? Well, first, we can precisely control the costs, absolutely. For example, when using the AI-empowered videos I just mentioned, production costs are only 10% of the cost of a real-world shooting. And according to industry insider, once the digital avatar is created, the new content can be generated faster and at a lower cost. And this also means that creating high quality content can be almost 50% faster than traditional way. And one of the strengths is also obvious, so its ability to cross language barriers, which is particularly important for a country's international cooperation and sales. So with multilingual support, we are able to bridge the language gap and ensure seamless interactions with partners, customers, and audience from different linguistic backgrounds. And I also include some well-known Korean IPs that we can have a look. I think they all have the great potential to create a more even bigger impact with the addition of a multilingual support. And actually, I'm a fan of Loopy. So if Loopy could speak in English and in different videos, I'm sure that Loopy would be even more popular over the world. And the last one, we can consider this kind of generative AI avatars are actually flexible in terms of the distribution and can be adapted to a variety of platforms and channels. This adaptability ensures that our content can be easily used across a variety of public platforms, social media, mobile apps, kiosks, and even more. So with this kind of solution, we are no longer limited by our platform, but gain the power of them. In the next section, I would like to introduce the advantage of ICOTEC's generative AI avatar solution, so which can be broken down into three key aspects. So firstly, we pride ourselves on having these innovative AI-empowered technologies, which makes our avatar feel incredibly lifelike and remain at the forefront in the industry. And secondly, our design capabilities are on par with what you can find in Hollywood, not only the 3D avatar creation, but also the UI, UX design for the interface. And most importantly, even every piece of the technology we use is actually developed in-house. So we understand the importance of the data security, which is why all technologies can be locally deployed, and any customization and modification can be done in a very short period of time because we are in-house. And next, it's our talent teams. So it is our talent teams expertise and the dedication that has led to the development of these innovative technologies and solutions. So as you see, ICOTEC gathers leading expertise in different domains with track records in various industries. And we also have many PhDs and MSCs from top global universities. And we also have some scientific advisors to ensure our technology advantage. Like John Shaw Taylor is the chairman of the UNESCO AI Center, a pioneer in the machine learning area. And he is also the professor of our co-founder, actually. And then Yvonne Rogers is the global #1 human computer interaction professor. And she gave us a lot of instructions. Steve and Thomas are experts in the speech technology area. And here are some ICOTEC significant track records that also demonstrate our rich experience in creating AI avatar solution. So we create the world first city ambassador for NEOM, and also for ADGM, we develop employee training courses using the AI video and digital avatar. We also offered an avatar for China Mobile at last year's GITEX for promotion purpose. And now we are working with Roshin on creating an avatar to drive the property sales. Yeah, as we draw to a close, I want to extend my gratitude once again for giving me this opportunity to discuss the potential of AI solutions in addressing the challenges in copyright. And it has been a privilege to showcase ICOTEC's technologies and the advantage we bring to this field. So yeah, that's all for my presentation. Thank you everyone, and have a great day.